According to them, they in turn pay charges to spend the old notes. On their part, commercial drivers in the metropolis insist it's either the new note or nothing else. Their excuse is that petrol stations, automobile parts dealers, auto technicians, and others reject the old notes when offered in exchange for goods and services.
I dey collect old notes, I dey collect new notes. So if you give me old notes, because this person now, normal money, new notes is 200. But if you give me old notes, I will sell this for you 300 because I'll go do the transfer for the people that can buy this market for in hand. So on time we go give the POS 11,500. They will do the transfer for the people that can buy this market for in hand. They will do the transfer for the own account 10,000. So we dey collect the two. But people they know they collect this old money. But when we dey sell minerals, we dey collect this old money and we dey suffer because of this money.
Not receiving the old note at all, because we have been at the almost 2 or 3 filling stations, NMPC. We have been at Total, at Pangrove. They didn't receive it. And then we are giving them the ATM to collect, to buy the fuel. They said network is not going. There is no network. It's because people are saying that they haven't heard anything from Mevele. If to say Mevele says something about it now, we will know where we are going to.
You know, collect because of filling station, you know, allowed to collect it. So transport time, you know, if you collect them. If I collect them, I no get the place where I go carry and go. So if filling station collect time, means I go collect them.
The 3-day-old Supreme Court judgment has also not brought any change to the plight of bank customers. They are seen across Lagos in queues, taking turns to enter the banking hall as the automated teller machines are refused to dispense cash, neither old nor new notes. Here on Lagos Island, these bank customers say this particular bank branch was not dispensing any cash or paying any cash across the counter, but they have come to lodge complaints about failed digital transactions and other matters. The looks on their faces tell a story of bottled up anger and frustration.
You see, the problem with this country is multiple. They are not paying the old note, neither they are not accepting it. But at the federal level, you know, Buhari and the CBN, they have not pronounced whether it should be accepted or not. Only the court have said that. So they're putting everybody into problems, you know. We don't know what to do. Now at the bank here, we are now queuing up to go inside the bank, not for the ATM anymore. And look at the multiple of crowd. And people are angry. And the bank, if you are doing a transaction, it's a problem. And now, I tried to do a transaction now, and they debited me 3 times. And up to now, the person has not even gotten one. And that's why I'm here.
Both the old and new, they are not paying. I'm here since 9 a.m. this morning. So they are not paying anything. So and even we don't have hope that we can get money today. They are there to clarify some of their issues. Some of them, they debit their account without paying. Some of them, they did the transfer without seeing the money. So majority of them, they are there that's just for the reason.
As Nigerians continue to wait for President Buhari's reaction and subsequent action on the Supreme Court judgment, many business transactions that could have been carried out easily with the old notes will have to remain on suspension till further notice. Oba Adeoye, Arise News, Lagos.
Well, we're hoping for some relief as we head to the election on Saturday. Maybe they'll release more cash so that people can have something in their pockets.
Well, you know, I was saying, it's interesting that some banks are beginning to issue the 500 and 100 and old notes. And then some other banks have not started. And then you were saying that some banks are not, and saying at that level of understanding, with that level of exposure, why would banks not, issue that? And a friend of mine in Lagos said they're having that issue, with people accepting it. But like you said, we hope that with time. What she said was that they are skeptical. They said, this government, we don't know, they will say this today, say this tomorrow, so we're not sure. That's what some people said. But let's see what gives. We'll take a quick pause. When we come back, our first look at what's on the front pages of the papers around the world today. Don't go away.
What does it take to run a mega city? Before a pilot earns his wings, he spends hundreds of hours in training. A neurosurgeon needs 16 years before earning his title. So why would you leave running a city of 20 million people to inexperienced hands? Lagos is Africa's 4th largest economy, the continent's 2nd largest megacity. Would you hand over this great state to just anyone? Someone without the necessary experience to move Lagos forward? It takes decades of experience to run this Lagos. 20 years of building, 20 years of delivering, 20 years of service. Sonwu for Eko, Eko for Sonwu.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations. Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat, because poaching steals from us all.
It's Daybreak on Rise News, and it's time for the press preview. First look at what's on the front pages of the papers. We start with our sister publication, This Day newspaper, and on its front page it says INEC's application to court to reconfigure beavers raising integrity questions. It has a rider, let me read that. It's a commission harps on need to reset devices before their deployment for governorship and state House of Assembly polls that comes up on Saturday, the 11th of this month. And just above that, PDP, ample evidence shows INEC's deliberate complicity to rig presidential election. Two riders there says commission deceived Nigerians, knowingly deactivated beavers. APC dismisses opposition parties' protest. And on the white strip just below the This Day logo, Sanwo-Olu has done so well, he deserves second term, says Oshoba. You can find that on page 10. And just above the This Day logo, Toyeko pledges to create 230,000 jobs in first 100 days in office. And then on the top mast there, we have banks resume issuance of what we were just discussing a while ago, old 500, 1,000 notes to customers. Well, the customers that are issuing it, some of them are rejecting it at, let's say this, at 503 billion. CBN records 52 or 32.39% repayment on the Anchor Borrowers Program. Let's just leave it there with this. Of course, you see that picture of Atiku leading march for free and fair voting.
This is the Punch newspaper. It's leading with the Supreme Court's order on old note. Banks in partial compliance begin skeletal recirculation of these notes. A few banks pay all 500, 1,000 on Monday. Others await directives as MFLA keeps mum. Most ATMs remain dry. Skeptical bank customers, traders reject all notes from banks. 50 feared killed as suspected herdsmen invade Benue communities. 203 hoodlums arrested during presidential poll, and that's a statistic from the Nigeria Police Force. Don't handle education like Buhari. The Academic Staff Union of Universities tells President-elect Tinubu. That is on page 9. Find out more on page 9 of the Punch newspaper. Government seeks 327 billion naira donor funding for census. That's on page 18. Oh, that census is supposed to come up on March the 29th through the first week of April, but there's been suggestions and recommendations for it to be postponed to May. We'll get final word from the National Population Commission this week. Still in the Punch newspaper, Atiku vows to extend protests, demands result cancellation on page 2. Well, we saw protests yesterday while the PDP and its supporters were out in the streets. He wants the result cancelled, but they're in court as well. So I wonder which way is it? We going left and right at the same time? INEC challenges Atiku Obi's suit on Beavers.
All right, you'd wonder why then go to court, yeah. All right, let's look at The Guardian. The Guardian newspaper. Atiku leads supporters to INEC, threatens daily protests. INEC owes allegiance to Nigerians, not any political party, says Okoye. Retire from politics, go to Dubai. Stop embarrassing yourself, Tinubu tells Atiku. Some other stories there. Imperative to prosecute election offenders and violators. Uncertainty over next election as INEC seeks to reconfigure BVAS. Senate presidency, we're talking about that yesterday here. The front page of this day had, people who are likely, what do you call
potential.
them? There's even another one I was looking for. Potential
aspirants.
People. Not even aspirants. There's, where does it go? Senate presidency, APC tips Southeast. I mean, that's why I was raising that. And then diphtheria kills 61, 783 others hospitalized. This is in Kano State. Waiting game as lawyers argue CBN's compliance with Supreme Court verdict. That's for The Guardian.
Do we have the Daily Sun? APC marks PDP as Atiku Ayu lead protest to Nigeria's electoral body INEC. The main opposition party insists on cancellation of presidential poll. We have no allegiance to any party. INEC responds. Senate President APC tips Southeast movement to achieve balanced power sharing, says party chieftain. INEC asks court to modify order granting Obi Atiku access to election materials. It's seeking permission to reconfigure the BVAS. It's just a few days. How many days? Is it 5 days to go?
Yeah, today's Tuesday.
No, 5 days. That's 4 days to the election.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And they're saying they need to use those devices for the election on Saturday.
So it's like being in the center. Where do you go?
I wonder how this will play out.
What do you do? How do you balance things now? All right, I think time for the international newspapers. Let's start with Daily Express. Daily Express, it says, Suella, back law to stop boats or betray Britain. Then you have some other stories there, Sir David. I've toured the globe, but nature here is just as dramatic. I mean, that's what somebody who did a tour is saying. Yeah, we'll go to the next paper.
This is the Financial Times. And Speaker McCarthy to meet Taiwan's leader in U.S. to avert Beijing backlash. And there's more Estonia vote. Kallas scores landslide win. The Prime Minister, Kaja Kallas, has been addressing a press conference in Tallinn in Estonia. Her party is the one that supports Ukraine. In the top civil servant case, I's early exit after heat over leaked WhatsApp texts.
All right, The Guardian, that's the International Guardian, The Guardian, yes, it says, revealed biggest super emitting methane leaks threatening climate. All right, let's look at that, the picture you see there of those two ladies and one gentleman. It says, anger after it takes 46 hours to find car wreck. Police have been criticized after a crash in Cardiff on Friday night left these 3 people dead and 2 seriously injured, went undiscovered until the early hours of yesterday morning. CBR chief steps aside over claims on conduct. This is from The Guardian. Zoe Williams, I thought Johnson could sink no lower. I was wrong.
This is The Eye. Sunak plan to stop channel migrants may be unworkable, Tories warn him. Well, the Prime Minister will today announce laws which bar all asylum claims from people who cross the channel in the small boat, deport them from the UK and ban them from that's ever returning. Former Tory cabinet ministers telling the PM that he risks over promising and under delivering, and the critics are warning that the Stop the Boats pledge is unworkable as the UK lacks the capacity to detain tens of thousands of asylum seekers and may struggle to find countries to take deportees. They do have that plan with that program with Rwanda. Undercover filming in an NHS ambulance, 20-hour delays, and patients using makeshift stretchers.
All right, I think that's all the papers we have. If we just take a deep dive into the Punch, it says bank in partial compliance begin skeletal recirculation. It's very interesting. This could help the acceptance with banks now in partial compliance. They begin skeletal recirculation. That will begin to send the right signals to people out there that you don't have anything to lose by taking the old notes after the Supreme Court issued an order that until December 31st, 2023, both the new and the old notes are legal and that pari passu.
And we could go even further. The president could say something. The central bank could as well say something, and we could about just put a rest to it. Should we expect a statement? They haven't said anything. It's been 4 days.
I think that ordinarily that should be the right thing because the Supreme Court has issued an order.
Yeah. So do they want to go with the Supreme Court or are they sticking to their guns?
For now, they've not said anything.
Nothing's been said.
So they're keeping, the danger of that is that they're keeping people hanging on the balance, so people don't know whether to go to the right or to the left. That's some people. While some people, I told you that I had 2,000 notes, old ones, and immediately I had that order. I went ahead and I spent it,
So you're very rich. Yeah, because I don't have the old notes. I've been looking for cash, and you do transfers sometimes. I did a transfer this morning. It did go through.
The transfer thing is the one that is hurting people the most. Either it's not going or it hangs sometime for 2 days, 3 days, and then you're wondering. But we just hope for the best. Somebody says you can kill a man, you can take everything from a man, but and he still lives and is kicking. But the day you take hope away from him, he dies.
Okay, that's the press preview. You can follow us online at Arise TV, and you can stream on YouTube. We'll be back with sports and entertainment. Stay with us.
Is rising, rising, rising.
Every wakefulness, the spirit of Lagos comes alive. The never say die spirit of its people. The audacious spirit even in the face of difficulty, that never surrendered. That is why, just as the proverbial phoenix, we're emerging stronger together from the pains of our past and better from the ashes of our yesterday. We're building a greater Lagos on the firm foundation laid by our predecessors. We are Lagosians. We're resilient. Look at us. The spirit of enterprise lives here, all around us. That's why it's such a great privilege for me to have been elected out of millions to lead this great state. And so every day, I'm driven by that single conviction that all our people require is for governments to become a strong enabler of their noble dreams. See why we've become Africa's startup capital. The unicorns are here. Our music rules the world. They travel across cultures and borders. Talents are made in Lagos. And so with our collective sweat, we're building new infrastructure for ourselves and generation coming behind us. And so here is the good news. A greater Lagos rising.
Re-elect Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as governor and Obafemi Kadiri Hamzat as deputy governor, Lagos State.
Greater Lagos rising. APC progress.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote fertilizer.
Well, thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Daybreak here on Arise News. Gambia booked a final with Senegal at the ongoing CAF Under-20 African Cup of Nations after defeating Nigeria's Flying Eagles 1-0 at the Cairo International Stadium. Nigeria held a superior head-to-head advantage over their West African neighbors, having won their two previous meetings by an aggregate score of 3-0. But the Flying Eagles lacked any conviction in the play in the opening minutes and paid for it when Adama Bojang scored a 7th-minute goal. The team failed to improve much after the interval. Nigeria will now face Tunisia in a third-place match after the North Africans lost their semi-final clash 3-0 to Senegal.
Paris Saint-Germain has announced that Brazilian star Neymar is set to miss the rest of the season after being ruled out for up to 4 months due to injury. In a statement, PSG says, quote, Neymar has had several episodes of right ankle instability in recent years. Following his last sprain contracted on February 20, the medical staff of Paris Saint-Germain have recommended a ligament repair operation in order to avoid a major risk of occurrence. Well, this surgery will be performed in the coming days in Doha, and a delay of 3 to 4 months is expected before his return to training. PSG's next game is the second leg of their Champions League last 16 tie against Bayern Munich on Wednesday. Neymar's contract with PSG expires in 2025.
Some entertainment stories now. Actor Keanu Reeves takes on the role of John Wick for the 4th chapter of the famous action franchise. The professional assassin John Wick is facing his bigger challenge yet. As he tries to defeat the High Table, he will have to fight a new enemy with powerful connections around the world. This time around, Reeves takes on the role of producer in collaboration with director Chad Stahelski, who reveals he had to film multiple takes due to the complexity of the shot. John Wick, Chapter 4, is set to be released in theaters on the 24th of March.
Amen. That stays, right, so I'll move that and bring it around here. That solid comes off, all those blacks stay on.
Chad Stahelski, the director, is very collaborative, and so he kind of we kind of cook up some stuff in the beginning and then and develop it from there.
Like Cass usually does it in one take, it's just unfortunately I don't, so sometimes it takes, I mean, we're very complicated with dogs and cars and guns, so sometimes it takes a couple, but the cast always does a great job. Sometimes I take a couple takes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it really depends on whether how the audience responds to it is really a kind of first step. So hopefully people like it.
It is cool. It's definitely cool, but I don't know, I think the perception of it must be, well, for me, when I've watched John Wick films, my perception is, wow, that must be very, very hard because of the stunts and how long it takes. And I think it probably does take that, but I now know some of the team, even though I didn't do stunts, I know that they are just so lovely and warm and fun and hard workers, and they've got everything planned.
The Swedish actor Alexander Karim says he went through a learning process when filming the new ocean-based sci-fi series Swarm. It's based on Frank Schutzin's best-selling 2004 novel. The series follows a group of scientists from all over the world who have to work together to defeat an unknown menace in the depths of the ocean. Game of Thrones executive producer Frank Dilger took on the challenge of adapting the novel to the small screen with a young and diverse cast. The Swarm is now streaming on ZDF.
The muscles in the brainstem of a whale.
The sooner we get back out there, the sooner we'll know the extent of the problem.
I started working on this, I learned how little I know about what's actually going on. A lot of people and a lot of documentaries that I've seen, they sort of stay in the first range of the ocean, and because we don't really know, nobody's really been down to the very, very deep, right? And so once I started digging into that, I was just blown away by how much I didn't know, which is what I think is the strength of the show. Hopefully, that you go in and you think, well, I know what's down there, and then you learn that maybe I didn't, maybe there's more.
So after like spending months and months and months in this world and like watching so many documentaries about whales and like getting really obsessed with them, I had never seen a whale. And then after that, I was visiting a friend and I was in Mexico and I saw whales, and it was like the most amazing mystical experience that like obviously would have been beforehand, but after all this it was just like like they've come to say hello. Like,
it's a sign.
It's a sign. I remember you.
When the novel was written, if you were to look at the enrollment of any major university, particularly in graduate programs in scientists, at the time the novel was written, it was white men. If you look at the enrollment in the sciences in 2022 or 2023, many more women, much more diversified in terms of race and ethnicity. So what we decided to do was to try to completely change the nature of the character. And again, it was interesting, we weren't trying to force diversity. Everybody's asking us to diversify cast, but this was a very natural fit. The other thing we did was we decided that we wanted to make the characters, a lot of them younger. In the novel, they're sort of world-class scientists with very established reputations. I'm not interested in heroes who act heroically. I'm interested in characters who become heroic.
The toughest thing that I was dealing with, apart from the heat, because 42 degrees when you're supposed to look like you're in the Northern Sea and freezing and you can't have the AC on either because it's a whole thing. But for me, and that goes back to the wonderful cast that we had and the wonderful crew that we had. Once you create a situation on a set where everybody's relaxed, you get to a point where you just laugh and you just have fun. So the toughest part for me was just trying to keep a straight face.
For her second show at Paris Fashion Week, Nikki Zimmerman injects warmth and optimism into her design. The Australian sent romantic silhouettes trotting down the runway at the Fine Arts Museum. Floating skirts followed draped dresses, cascading flamenco-style shoulders, and lace-bodied gowns. Color was a wash, creating a luminous glow throughout the collection. Zimmerman says she drew inspiration from fellow Australian Rupert Bunny, a painter from the turn of the last century.
Optimistic is quite often my favourite word to use. I think it's very appropriate to us. The show in particular, it was about luminosity and colour, glow, so that relates to optimism. And to me, that fall, I think it's really important for us as a brand that's what we're doing, and that's what I think our customer is. I think that's what's appealing to them. We were able to use his hand sketch books and put that onto dresses, and it was just beautiful. His approach to women I thought was really lovely and gentle, and there was a glow and a beautiful sense of colour and movement. So for me that is very appealing, and I think his art set the tone for the rest of the collection. For us, we always like to work on different ways to have movement. So for me it's really important when people are wearing our garments that, last season there was shells and there was things. I love things that fly away, and we actually do things to make the fabric have that kind of buoyant movement, and that was what those shoulders were.
That's it for today. Up next, it's The Morning Show. It's a full day ahead, and every moment matters. I'm Kenneth Mume.
And I am Ndi Amungo. Goodbye.
The 2023 general election is the second general election since the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act.
About 28.6%, which is over 4,000 young candidates between 25 to 35 years of age, are contesting for various elective offices across Nigeria. These young men and women with competence, capacity, and character need your support to win.
The 2023 election is an election of rebuilding this great nation and restoring hope through our vote.
Imagine a government with 30% young elected leaders with competence, capacity, and character.
It begins with one vote, your vote. These young candidates are deciding Nigeria's future today.
Our future
depends on your vote.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going. until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
A peak protein breakfast gets you up to a great day. How do I know? Because my daddy goes to his work feeling good and always with a smile. Mommy is always filled with confidence. My sister is always in tune. And for me, learning new things becomes absolute fun. That's because all day and every day, the peak goes on.
Start your day with a Peak Protein breakfast. Peak. Reach for your peak.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Good morning out there. You're watching The Morning Show here on Arise News. I'm Ruben Abati.
I'm Ayon Meyer Essay.
And I'm Rafai Senior. We've got a great show lined up for you for the next 3 hours. So sit back, relax, and let's kickstart your day, because the morning show begins right now.
Nine governorship candidates in Kaduna State have endorsed the leading opposition candidate, People's Democratic Party, Mohammed Isa Ashiru, as their consensus candidate. The candidates, under the auspices of the Rescue and Rebuild Gubernatorial Candidates Forum, say their support for Ashiru is to rescue the state from socio-economic hardship. While addressing a press conference in Kaduna yesterday, chairman of the Rescue and Rebuild Gubernatorial Candidates Forum, Ambassador Sani Yaya, said after due consultations with their members and supporters across the state, they have resolved to join forces with the PDP candidate to uproot the All Progressives Congress APC that has inflicted so much pain on Kaduna people. Joining us later on this show is Honorable Isa Ashiru, governorship candidate of the PDP in Kaduna State.
Moving things along, we shall be engaging Oladotun Hassan, a lawyer and president, Yoruba Council Worldwide, Secretary General, Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council, on the re-election bid of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State.
Let's catch up on news making headlines across the globe. Michael Wilson give us an update on global business outlook. Aaron Akerjola will be taking us through sporting activities across the globe. We'll also review today's newspaper with the Rise News analyst Emmanuel Feni, while Ojo will fill us in on what's trending around the world. It's going to be all that and a whole lot more today on The Morning Show. Welcome back to The Morning Show right here on the Rise News channel. It's now time to take a look at news stories making headlines around the globe. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, decision to approach the Court of Appeal in Abuja for an order varying the permission of court had previously granted the People's Democratic Party and Labour Party to inspect materials used by the Commission in the conduct of the February 25 presidential election has elicited questions about the integrity of the recently held poll. INEC said the request was predicated on the need to reconfigure bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS using the presidential election before deploying them for March 11 governorship and State House of Assembly election. However, some IT experts who didn't want their names in print were unanimous that granting the order will allow the electoral body to tamper with the evidence and compromise the pending litigation on the controversial poll and further worsen the credibility of the entire process. The IT expert believed that INEC does not need to reconfigure the BVAS ahead of governorship and State House of Assembly elections. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, LP, and LP Peter Obi, had in the challenge of the outcome of the presidential election recently obtained the order of court to inspect materials used in the conduct of polls, including BVAS. INEC had declared a candidate of All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, winner of the presidential election, which was marred by technical challenges. Meanwhile, the leadership of the People's Democratic Party said yesterday during a protest march to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja, that there was ample evidence that the Commission directly aided rigging of the February 25 presidential election, which produced the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu as president-elect. PDP had at the protest its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, his running mate Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, national chairman of the party Dr. Yocha Ayu, and other leaders and governors. It accused INEC of deceiving Nigerians by deliberately deactivating the bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS during the election. Amaka Ode Walker has the reports.
All the provisions of the current electoral law has been completely contravened.
The protest, led by the PDP flag bearer Atiku Abubakar, the party's national chairman Iyocha Ayu, amongst other top leaders and members, making their way to the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Abuja, blocking its entrance upon arrival. The opposition leaders are demanding that INEC must, as a matter of urgency, review and even cancel the election and conduct a fresh one that will be respected not only by Nigerians but by the international community.
We were protesting and INEC was not listening. They were bent on going with this, announcing these results. In fact, this protest is going to continue for a very, very long time.
What we are here doing today is to tell the nation, INEC and the world that the Nigerian people are not comfortable with the result that was announced. What is in court is an argument on the basis of law, and the court will determine what they have to determine, but the Constitution recognizes the right of citizens to express themselves in the areas that they are not comfortable.
This peaceful march is not about Aswaju Amenema. It's about the soul of Nigeria. It's about peaceful and credible elections. We want the electoral body to always play by the rules.
We need INEC to know that it won't be business as usual, that from now on we will challenge everything.
and we have started. We won't stop.
The protest is coming less than a week after a certificate of return was issued to the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The Independent National Electoral Commission, while promising to address the perceived grievances of the People's Democratic Party regarding the presidential election outcome, reassures the party of its neutrality.
I have received this particular protest letter on behalf of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, and I promise you that this letter will be transmitted to him immediately. If there are remedial issues to be dealt with, we are going to deal with those remedial issues. But I want to assure you that this commission is a listening commission. This commission is a public trust, and this commission belongs to the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This commission does not have allegiance to any political party. We don't have any allegiance to any candidate.
For these protesters, they have only one demand from the electoral umpire.
Section 50, Section 60 and 64 have clearly stated how INEC should conduct the election, how they should transmit the result, how they should declare the result. They have not followed any.
We don't understand why INEC, after voting, after coming out, we see cancellation on our results and want to understand, want to know why our result has been cancelled.
And Yakubu Mahmoud promised us we cannot collect the result with hand. You can collect the result with, you can post it to situation room. But we are surprising when Yakubu Mahmoud is collecting the result. If you look at the whole state, we won the election, but our election was cancelled.
We are here to claim what belongs to us. We want to collect our mandate, which is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
9 days after the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections all across the country, the opposition People's Democratic Party have just protested, the first in many, according to its presidential candidate, to come, because according to them, it is the right of the party and Nigerians as a whole to protest, even though litigation has been instituted in the court. And according to them, they have just one request. INEC should review the outcome of especially the presidential election and maybe even announce a cancellation due to its own flaws, speaking of the flaws of INEC. But if that will be done, only time will tell. I'm Makalde Walker, Arise News.
Thank you so much for that report, Makalde. Ayo, your take on this?
Yes, all right. So very quickly, I'll just say that's the beauty and power of democracy playing out there. The right to peaceful protest, which the PDP has done in Abuja yesterday, protesting the outcome of the presidential election, which took place on Saturday, the 25th of February, 2023. No surprises there, as they have complained that this was quite a show of shame in terms of how this played out. They have complained about the process and complained about the fact that they felt that the INEC chair was hasty in announcing the winner and the outcome of the elections, despite the many controversies that marred these elections. The PDP is not alone in this stance, even though they're the only ones who'd come out to protest yesterday. Other political parties have joined them in saying this, in taking this stance, and some international observers have also talked about the election not meeting the expectations of Nigerians and marred by a number of irregularities. Even INEC themselves have come out to say that there were some issues or challenges faced during the weekend. So again, this is just a peaceful protest. They have said they will be going to court, and they have applied an ex parte order to the appeal court to ask that they are able to inspect the materials that were used on Saturday, including the beavers. And that brings me to the first story you talked about, Rufai, in terms of INEC seeking to reconfigure the beavers and the controversies around this. Some people have called this conspiracy theory. Some people have called this, much ado about nothing. It's just routine maintenance by INEC. But this is quite suspicious. You know why? Because the two political parties who came second and third, respectively, PDP and Labour Party, have gone to the appellate court as well to seek an order, like I said, to inspect the materials used. And a critical material that would be inspected and would become evidence in court is the beavers. So the question of the timing for the reconfiguration of BVAS, even though INEC has said, and we must be fair in terms of the reasons they've given to want to reconfigure before Saturday's elections, is so that they're able to prepare for the gubernatorial and State House of Assembly elections. So simply put, what does it mean to reconfigure? It means to reset or rearrange elements of a system. In this case, the software, and sometimes they rearrange the settings. Now, what the parties are saying is that if they do so, there's the possibility of them of changing certain things that would impact the outcome or the evidence they present before court. Why are people suspicious of INEC's moves? Unfortunately, INEC hasn't proven to the people that they are credible based on the way that the elections were run. We've talked about the lack of integrity in terms of how they ran the elections on Saturday, particularly with regards to what they said emphatically. They've been quoted a number of times saying and they failed on, which was very important for the transparency of the last elections. Therefore, they've asked, their legal team have also I've put an application to the courts asking for reconfiguration, and they're saying that if they don't reconfigure on time, it could potentially mean that they would have to postpone the elections. And you know what I say, Rufai and Dr. Bati, the truth is that if it would mean that Nigerians feel confident in the outcome of elections, then if it means them halting, if they are not ready, then they should not go ahead. We don't want a situation like this. When people feel aggrieved or they feel cheated, what you see yesterday, or what you saw on screen a few minutes ago is what will happen, and that's even peaceful. Thank God for that things have been peaceful, and we encourage Nigerians to continue to maintain the peace and seek redress legally. However, if INEC say that they have to do certain things before Saturday or before the gubernatorial elections must hold, then we will wait until they do that. But let the Labour Party and the PDP go inspect the materials, let the courts, because they're still going to approach the courts, let the courts rule before they begin to tamper with or touch this equipment. That's what Nigerians are asking for.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. And it is as follows. INEC coming forward to say it should be allowed to reconfigure BVAS ahead of the March 11 gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections will amount to seeking to tamper with the evidence. The rest, in this case, before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, represented by the Court of Appeal, is a BVAS. So if we tamper with the rest in any particular case, then of course you have already derailed the expectations and the substance of the matter before the court. And I do not think that INEC should be allowed in any way whatsoever to tamper with the evidence. If INEC goes to reconfigure, then it means that the main issue in the case, BVAS and IREV, will have changed. And the ex parte order injunction granted last Friday by the court, allowing the Labour Party and the People's Democratic Party to inspect evidence and collate evidence, that order will have been rendered a nullity. INEC says that if it is not allowed to reconfigure BVAS, then the March 11 elections will probably not hold. That's blackmail.
Cheap blackmail. Cheap.
And that blackmail is unacceptable. It raises the question about the credibility of INEC as an institution and the integrity of the personalities in charge of INEC. And that is as follows. Before the elections on February 25, INEC told everybody that they were ready, they were prepared. INEC even went as far as saying that in the event of a runoff that may be invoked by Section 134 of Section 3 of the 1999 Constitution, that INEC had already prepared for extra ballot papers. They were preparing for the possibility of a runoff. They did not prepare for the possibility of having enough BVAS and IREV that will work on the day. So I think it will be very difficult, for many Nigerians to accept this. And, INEC keeps knocking at its own integrity. And I have said that after all this is over, I don't know how Professor Yakubu Mahmood will be able to raise his head in distinguished company in this country. INEC's chairmanship being a graveyard of reputations, and it looks like, Yakubu Mahmood may go the way of some of his predecessors in that office. That's that about INEC. The second part of it is the protest by the People's Democratic Party. Well, so far, the People's Democratic Party has followed peaceful means. The party has gone to court, which is what we expect. Yesterday, the party leaders organized, a peaceful protest for about 2 hours, from around 11:15 till about 1:40 p.m. From the Legacy House, the headquarters of the PDP in Abuja, in the Maitama area, to the headquarters of INEC, where they presented a letter of protest. From the reports, it was basically a peaceful protest. The right to protest is constitutionally guaranteed. And that's why we say, okay, the political parties so far, nobody has taken the law into their hands. They've adopted the mode of peaceful protest. And that in itself is commendable. If you look at the protest letter that was received by Festus Okoye, the National Commissioner in charge of voter education, and the chairman of that committee on voter education, it talks basically that the election of February 25 was a charade. It says basically that what INEC has done is to murder democracy in Nigeria. It accuses INEC of violating both the Constitution and the Electoral Act. All of these are issues, malpractices, irregularities that the People's Democratic Party has already taken to court. And we hope, as the law stipulates, that the party will have its day in court, other political parties will have their day in court. Let us have argued elsewhere this morning. Election matters are of a different species. The burden of proof is high on the part of the plaintiff. They look at substantial compliance. The burden of the presumption of regularity is on the part of INEC. So this could be big issues in the prosecution of the case. But it is good that nobody has taken the law into their hands. What will be clear to the People's Democratic Party is that the G5 governors have done substantial damage. The PDP lost its strongholds in the southeast. It lost its stronghold in Rivers, in Oyo State, in Benue, because the party was fragmented. And this is part of what we have seen in the outcome of this election. And then you had the Labour Party, which was a breakaway, more or less, in terms of the personality of the presidential candidate from the PDP. That also dealt a heavy blow to the People's Democratic Party. In 2015, the party failed to learn its lessons. It failed again in 2019. Well, would the PDP learn its lessons this time around? As for Waziri Atiku Abubakar at 76, 6 times running for the presidency, what does the future portend for him? Having raised these 2 issues, however, we know the point that he says that the protest will be continuous. As long as it is peaceful, the right to protest is in order. But I find the reaction of the APC, the All Progressives Congress, whose candidate has been declared president-elect, I find the response supercilious, contemptuous, and unnecessarily triumphal. To the extent that we have heard from Festus Keyamo, who has said that, well, yes, they were wearing a black uniform to go and protest, that these were the undertakers of the People's Democratic Party. Mr. Bayo Ononuga says that, well, Atiku should respect himself, that at 76 and as a former vice president, he shouldn't be going about running up and down, staging a protest. The APC officially has also said, people should disregard the PDP. The PDP is a fragmented opposition party. Well, I think the spokespersons for the APC should also, moderate their triumphalism. INEC has said, well, we'll look into the grievances. It's not up to INEC anymore to look into the grievances. The matter has already gone to court. But the integrity of INEC as an institution has been called to question. The credibility of its principal officers, no matter what they say, will be part of the major residue of this entire electoral process.
Okay, couple of things. I just hope I get the time. Number one, INEC should please, for the love of mercy, stop the cheap blackmail. If they're trying to blackmail us now with the elections, why is that when people call their attention to the fact that there were flaws in the process, why didn't they stop then to have a rethink? INEC should stop this cheap blackmail because they're beginning to look suspect. The damage is much already. We don't know what people are even saying about us on the international community. I think it was the 79 elections that made Fela release a song called Babala Nonsense. Crazy democracy, demonstration of Chris. But the sad reality is that over 40 years after, we are still saying, as Fela said, we have turned our democracy into a demonstration of Chris. These same beavers INEC wants to tamper with. There's empirical evidence that says any attempt to reconfigure beavers would disrupt all the information on it. And let's not forget that the pictures of the results were taken on the beavers. So you want to reconfigure. Reconfigure simply means reconfigure the setting, reformat, wipe out most of things there for a software upgrade. So what happens to the pictures taken on the beavers? What happens to the accreditation done on the beavers? Accreditation records. We also have empirical evidence that says that information on the beavers sometimes even take time to load about a month after. You remember the Osun election incident? Yeah. That we had a technical expert here that came to tell us that there were even variations in the results given to the party that first requested the beavers information and the backend and the PDP. As we speak now, for the love of mercy, I think those materials should be taken away from INEC now, kept in a safe place. Because I don't trust the integrity of INEC still having those beavers materials in their custody as we speak. If we want to truly scrutinize the process. Did INEC tell us that they were going to upgrade the beavers before now? Were they not supposed to stipulate in the own guidelines they put out? And why do you need to reconfigure the beavers? Is it not the same voting register it will have? And the same polling unit is allocated to? The same INEC that want to reconfigure has not been able to tell us what caused the technical glitch. All of a sudden, the same INEC that claimed that his commission was going to meet to review have not been able to come out with a review. And now they are so quick to go to courts to vary the hitherto ex parte given. People should not pee on our backs and tell us it's raining. Because we are fast turning this democracy into a demonstration of Chris. Nigerians are not crazy. Let people be able to inspect. If INEC is not ready to do the election, INEC should take the blame, not try to blackmail Nigerians and hoodwink them into thinking that it is without these beavers reconfigured that they will not be able to do what they ought to do. Furthermore, I think we should even investigate this INEC beavers contract because it's very suspect too. What was the due diligence behind those that were given the contract? How much did every beavers machine cost? How much did it take to align the software in it? How much does it take to run the back end? I think INEC should be open to public scrutiny. And I think the EFCC should also investigate INEC on this beavers machine and everything. But please, in all of this, they should remember, Nigerians are watching. And Nigerians are quiet because they want to believe in the process and trust in the courts. And when they are quiet, they also have a right to protest, like the PDP protested. And that's why I'm very shocked that rather for the APC to keep quiet and their spokesperson to keep quiet, they keep fanning the embers of war and inflaming the situation. For the APC members that forget in a hurry, that are taunting the PDP for protesting and wearing black, saying they are wearing funeral clothes, I am sure they remembered that President Muhammadu Buhari at a point protested. And when he protested, tear gas was used. And that led to the judgment that Femi Falana got, that you don't even need to get permission before you protest. Dr. Abati, you are the legal person. Am I lying on that? We all remember it was that protest, as a result of the inhalation of the tear gas, that led to the demise of Juba Kadibu. Let's not forget, people protested in the past. So if they can protest through in the past, the question is, why is it wrong for the PDP to protest? Why are they making the work even harder for President-elect Bola Tinubu? Because you see, and this is for President-elect Bola Tinubu, I hope these your spokespeople don't lead you astray. Because what they are doing is, they are doing the greatest disservice to you as a person. This is looking too triumphalist. This is looking too vindictive and puerile, to say the very least. This is looking too petulant. That anytime people have a constitutional right to challenge something, you either tell them to go to court and say they don't have any right to talk. I keep asking, if we want to build a country, it is righteousness that will exalt this country. Because the process that a lot of people have complained against favors you now doesn't make it right. And that's why when I asked the APC person here, that was here yesterday, that you claim that they were rigging too in favor of Labour Party in the Southeast. So why don't you just call for a redo of the election if you feel disgruntled? He couldn't talk. That speaks volumes. We should stand for righteousness. Because it favors you, even if it's not a just system, you should speak against it. Because what goes around comes around. Life is like a boomerang. And we keep keeping these hurts. Yorubas have been saying, Umbo, awala de. It's in favor of you now. You are happy. But when it comes around, hope you will not complain. People have a right to protest. Peacefully, I should say. And nobody should mock anybody. All we want to do is to build a great country, devoid of partisanship. And Nigerian people, please, it's time for you to shine your eye. The political class are one. It is who will benefit the people and the processes that the people will stand up for. And if you are draining, you are waning in terms of inspiration, let Jennifer's doggedness inspire you. Despite the fact that she was hurt in the face, she continued with her process. She ensured she was going to vote. We must all embody the Jennifer spirit. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll have Michael Wilson give us updates on global business activities. Stay with us.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business, we vote. Vote is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Vote is the answer. Quick sign off, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business, we vote. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vote is the answer.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Words of Lagos is rising, rising, rising.
Every wakefulness, the spirit of Lagos comes alive. The never say die spirit of its people. The audacious spirit, even in the face of difficulty, that never surrenders. That is why, just as the proverbial phoenix, we're emerging stronger together from the pains of our past and better from the ashes of our yesterday. We're building a greater Lagos on the firm foundation laid by our predecessors. We are Lagosians. We're resilient. Look at us. The spirit of enterprise lives here, all around us. That's why it's such a great privilege for me to have been elected out of millions to lead this great state. And so every day, I'm driven by that single conviction that all our people require is for governments to become a strong enabler of their noble dreams. See why we've become Africa's startup capital. The unicorns are here. Our music rules the world. They travel across cultures and borders. Talents are made in Lagos. And so with our collective sweat, we're building new infrastructure for ourselves and generation coming behind us. And so here is the good news. A greater Lagos rising.
Re-elect Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu as governor and Obafemi Kadiri Hamzat as deputy governor, Lagos State.
Greater Lagos rising. APC progress.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. For Global Business Update, Michael Wilson joins us now from London. Good morning, Michael. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, well, all eyes really on Jay Powell in the United States. And because what he's going to give congressional evidence today, does it every month. But today, it's pretty pressing, really, because people would like to know what the direction of the Fed is going to be as far as interest rates are concerned, what the next raise is going to be and by how much. They've done it pretty aggressively, as you know, in the past. There's all important jobs figures are out on Friday, so that'll give us some clues to the strength of the US economy. China's trade data is out today. Imports down about 10%, which suggests that maybe the domestic economy isn't as strong as the communists would actually like. But we'll see how that goes. China has a new foreign minister. He's called Qin Gang, and he's been talking about China's relationship with the United States. It's sort of bellicose. What he's saying is that at the moment it appears as though the two countries are on a divergent path, and they need to get together for what he describes as constructive discussions. But one red line that he did emphasize was Taiwan. That's something which China he says, will not tolerate any kind of interference at all. As you know, China regards it as an internal problem or an internal conflict, and it is part of China rather than part of the rest of the world, or indeed independent. That's the Chinese view. Let's therefore go to the United States. And as I said, stock futures up just a very little bit there, but most are waiting for what Jay Powell is going to say as far as the economy is concerned and interest rate rises are happening. Goldman Sachs is very keen on Apple this morning, which has helped that particular share price. Inflationary information about the United States before we hit those all-important jobs figures on Friday, including wholesale inventories and also consumer credit. That'll give us some idea of how the economy is actually going there. I'm going to take you to Tesla now, staying in the United States, and its Model S and Model X prices. It's reducing those, and it's sort of another step in the price war of electric vehicles. They're still pretty pricey, though. I mean, a Model S starts at $89,000, almost $90,000, and a Model X starts at almost $100,000. They knock off $100 in the quoted price to make it seem slightly less than it is, but that's where that's going at the moment. Let us take you to the story which is continuing about London losing out to Wall Street as far as IPOs are concerned. We know that ARM is going to be floated by SoftBank, its owner, in the United States rather than in the UK. And it looks as though there's now a record gap between the MSCI UK index and the MSCI New York or US index. Again, it sounds very, very technical. Bottom line is that shares are actually quoted as being less valuable in London than they are, generally speaking, in the United States. This causes shareholders to want to list in the United States to get more bang for their buck. UK, now the Labour Party, the Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves is saying that she wants to revisit the tax regime that faces businesses right now, make it much more business friendly, and she wants to boost business investment in the country as well. Again, the usual thing will apply. It's all right saying these things, but where is the money actually going to come from? As you know, it's still expected that the corporation rate will go up. The corporation tax rate will go up from 19 to 25% when it's announced at the budget next week. The UK is also, now this is an interesting one. This is a brand of coffee. I don't know whether you have it with you. We do. It's a big part of the high street, Costa Coffee, and they're awarding their employees a cost of living increase between 6 and 7%, the 16,000 of them. They're following on from other countries, other shops like which do takeaway food, like Pret a Manger, for example. Again, part of the high streets in the UK and in the United States as well. So the employees are getting a cost of living increase there. And two things as far as commodities are concerned. First of all, oil price up very, very slightly yesterday. Gained about $1 yesterday on the expectation that there will be a soft landing in the United States. But the oil companies themselves are now going to benefit from considerable subsidies from the Inflation Reduction Act, which Joe Biden passed. In other words, helping them transition from fossil fuels to green fuels. So they're getting quite high subsidies. And then we often talk about lithium. Again, the Bank of America is saying there may well be a surplus in this rather rare metal simply because of lack of demand for electric vehicles in China. That is the global view this morning. Good morning.
All right. Michael, help me understand this. Is there a lot of flip-flopping as regards Joe Biden's policy? Because only a couple of months ago, when all the oil majors declared their very big fat profit, over 60 billion US, there were talks about windfall taxes. Now they are saying another inflation regulation, to be able to give oil companies a soft landing. So what part of the divide is Joe Biden really?
Well, I think what he's trying to do is to ease the transition, and there are votes in this, obviously, ease the transition of oil majors from fossil fuels to greener fuels, maybe bottling up the carbon dioxide, all these kind of things that they do. So I think he's sort of helping them on the one hand, but once, of course, they are helped, it'll be much more difficult to refuse a windfall tax on them, which again is still on the sidelines at the moment. That's the way I read it this morning.
All right, so just a quick question around what's going on between, just to break it down a bit further in terms of what's going on between the US and China, with the Foreign Minister, Mr. Qin, talking about the fact that they might even progress into conflict. Remember the balloon that was said to be a weather balloon, and China laid claims to that. And now they're talking about the fact that US has no right to ask them to not supply arms to Russia if they are also still supplying arms to Taiwan. And then aside from that, on a lighter note, going to Twitter and Elon Musk and what's going on with jobs there. Last month, 200 more job cuts. Famously, Mr. Tolsin, who had sold his business to Twitter, had come on Twitter to ask Mr. Musk if he still had a job. And it happened that he had indeed lost his job, even though he hadn't been informed by HR in 7 days. And so, looking at Twitter, their job numbers have gone from 7,500 to a little over 2,000. Any more job cuts in the future for Twitter?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what happens in an autocratically controlled business, isn't it, really? I mean, you have to do what the boss says, and Elon Musk has bought Twitter, and the people who work for Twitter are quite understandably mystified about what's going on, because they're getting no direction at all, apart from am I employed or am I not? And this is the multiplication of employees and the size of Twitter, given its users around the world. I suspect there's a lot of parents will be saying to their children, actually, let's just stay off Twitter, because it said yesterday, didn't it, that there are no guardrails really about, or one of the employees was saying that there's no filtering of harmful content on Twitter. Now, there may well be, but my view about social media is, if you want to, by all means do. It is your freedom to do it, but you watch out for the consequences. It's not what I always thought that social media was about sensible discussion. It's not. It's a playground. And it's a playground of taunts, and it's a playground of insults, as well as some discussion as well. If you want to get involved with that, by all means do. If you don't, then don't. As far as China and the United States is concerned, I mean, I quoted what he was saying because he is the new foreign minister, and he started off. I think he's not quite declaring war on the United States or anything like that. What he's saying is that at the moment they appear to have diverging interests, and I mean we've noted that on this program many times in the past. It includes Taiwan, but it also includes trade. It includes semiconductors as well, and what he's pointing to, although he doesn't actually say it, or at least not in my translation of it, he doesn't actually say that's the end of globalization. But you can see how, we were again talking about this yesterday, weren't we, about the onshoring of businesses and so on. If that's actually happening, then the large nations are pulling away from each other rather than engaging in some kind of constructive discussion. As far as China's ambitions with Russia is concerned, I simply, like everybody else, do not know. I mean, as far as I can see, what they're doing is, what would you be doing? You'd be sitting on the sidelines and wondering what on earth is going on. Number two, you'd be looking at Russia and saying, well, should we buy some more of their cheaper oil, or should we not? And how do we engage with a broken Russia if that's what where it's going? I mean, those are the kind of sensible diplomatic questions to be asked. And I mean, I think what the new foreign minister is merely pointing out is the fact that don't be afraid. He's talking for the domestic audience, basically, isn't he? He's saying, we are a power in the world, and we deserve to be seen as such. I think it's slightly bellicose, but it's not declaring war.
Well, precisely the point. I thought that King Gang, was just showing off. He had been ambassador of China to the U.S. before his appointment as foreign minister, Chinese foreign minister. And he was holding his first press conference. So, normal rhetoric just to show off. He can't be serious about talking about conflict or confrontation with the United States. However, he may be speaking with regard to the fact that the Speaker of the House of Reps, McCarthy, has now agreed with the president of Taiwan to visit the U.S. in April. And that, of course, is bound to draw a reaction from the Chinese. As for Twitter, the big problem is that Twitter has now become the headquarters of trolling, of hate, of negativity. And then, of course, the inefficiency has gone through the roof. So much about Elon Musk allowing free speech. Now he's allowing free aid on that platform. But I wanted to ask you about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has just yesterday deposited $5 billion into the central bank of Turkey through the Saudi Development Fund. The same Saudi Arabia that rebuffed requests from Pakistan and Egypt for help. Now Saudi Arabia has given $5 billion and saying that, it wants to help to stabilize Turkish economy. Is this really about altruism? Is this a positive gesture? Or this is an attempt by Saudi Arabia to influence the May 14 presidential election in Turkey? Do you agree that Saudi Arabia probably has a hidden agenda with Turkey?
I'm trying to, as you've been asking me that, I've been trying to think about it because it's not something which I've actually paid a great deal of attention to. But let's think about Saudi Arabia and think about Turkey. The reason that Europe likes Turkey in as much as it likes any kind of country is it forms a very convenient buffer between it and Russia. And also we know that Turkey, despite its problems, despite the strange monetary policies that it has, and despite the enormous tragedy that this earthquake has, this is incredible, isn't it? That over 40,000 people apparently have lost their life. That's an enormous amount of people, and a lot of people are being blamed for that. Maybe the president of Turkey, Erdogan, may well lose his job because of it. We still don't know. So what I'm thinking is that this is part of Saudi deliberately getting involved generally in giving money to states which actually need it from their oil riches. Now, I don't see how you link Turkey with Pakistan. They're another government which is saying, you around the world have caused this climate change, and therefore we need money as repayment for that. These sort of arguments seem to me to be absolutely crazy. However, is Saudi trying to get involved? Yes, I think it is. Is it following China into countries which need money? Yes, I think it is. I think you're right. You're right, but again, where it's going with this is a mystery as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Michael, and see you tomorrow. It's time now for a short break on the morning show. When we return, we'll have Arise News analyst Emmanuel Ifeni join us to review top stories in today's newspapers. Stay with us.
A bit of showbiz. If it's happening in the world of entertainment, you'll be hearing about it here.
From what's trending on the socials to music and movies, and all the latest showbiz gossip from around the world. Join us for a front row seat at the Oscars in Los Angeles, or the biggest moments from Fashion Week. It's fun, it's fresh, and it's packed full of all the entertainment news you need to know. You heard it here first.
I'm Kachi Ofia, and this is Arise 360, where every culture matters.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers from around the world is Arise News analyst Emmanuel Great Malabite Efeni.
Good morning, Ruben.
Good morning.
Quite lyrical and musical. Good morning, Rufai. Good morning, Ayo.
Good morning,
Yes,
sir.
we start the review with this day, Nigeria's newspaper of record. The lead story, INEC's application to court to reconfigure beavers, raising integrity questions. Commission has on need to reset devices before their deployment for governorship, state houses of assembly polls. Yes, this development, INEC asking to reconfigure the beavers' equipment before the next polls, coming up in about 4 days' time. Now, if INEC did not anticipate that parties will ask for inspection of these election materials after the presidential poll, then there's a problem about planning at the headquarters of INEC. Because recall that the Osun election, immediately after the Osun election, the APC asked for what the beavers recorded. And they were given almost immediately. Of course, the basis of INEC challenging the tribunal verdict on the Osun election, which has upturned the poll, the basis of INEC contesting that judgment is the fact that the immediate result, and in fact they made that known at the tribunal, that what they gave to the APC candidate was not the full result, that results were still downloading thereafter. And as such, the figures they used to contest the outcome of that election at the tribunal may not be the exact replica of what actually transpired, just to paraphrase what INEC said. So in view of that development, shouldn't INEC have made some arrangement that indeed parties, irrespective of who wins, are likely to ask for the inspection of these materials immediately after the polls? So if INEC is now saying, oh, we want the beavers, want to reconfigure the beavers before the next election, yes, there's suspicion. It raises question of integrity, because INEC must also tell Nigerians and the world what will happen to the machine after reconfiguration. Will the data stored in that equipment remain the same after reconfiguration? I think these are questions INEC must answer as they apply for this. Yes, for those who say INEC is trying to blackmail Nigerians with this application, well, they may not be far from the truth. But INEC has to do things more transparently, as it were. Now, we just look at another story just above the lead story. PDP, ample evidence shows INEC deliberate complicity to rig presidential election. Of course, that's PDP's claim yesterday as they protested the outcome of the presidential poll. Of course, Atiku was there leading other members of the party yesterday. As the Guardian newspaper is reporting, Atiku leads supporters to INEC, threatens daily protests. INEC owes allegiance to Nigerians, not any political party, says Okoye. Yet Festus Okoye received the petition from the PDP on behalf of the INEC chair. Retire from politics, go to Dubai, stop embarrassing yourself, Tinubu tells Atiku. Well, these are words from the spokespersons. I'll be surprised if Tinubu were to utter these words. So perhaps we'll continue to caution those who speak for president-elect and those who speak for presidential candidate, that they must bridle their tongue in order not to cause more tension in the land. But when there's already a president-elect, those around him will be falling over ears to be more zealous, because those words, I'm not sure Bola Ahmed Tinubu will utter such words, but presidential spokespersons at liberty, perhaps, to tell us what the president-elect is saying. And that seemed to be their brief. Now, if we look at Daily Trust newspaper, Naira crisis, queues for cash persist. Customers bribe bank officials. Banks pay old notes in Kano, Abuja, Ibadan. Customers decry poor electronic services. I think the CBN need to come out with clarity on what is the next step. Because after the Supreme Court judgment declaring that the old currencies are still valid till December 31, we need to hear some pronouncement from the Apex Bank. Because what we are reporting now, and a number of newspapers in parts of the countries, people are collecting old notes, and the banks are even paying out old notes. So I think there should be some clarity on that, on the position. Of course, the Supreme Court judgment cannot be altered. So, but we need clear directive from the bank, CBN to banks, so that Nigerians have a full picture of what is happening. Of course, the Leadership newspaper is reporting 10th National Assembly leadership. APC leaders move to douse tension over sharing formulas. Seek audience with Tinubu. Lawan Gbajabiamila may be shut out as Sani Musa joins race. Public holiday forces lawmakers' inauguration date to June 13. Yes, of course, the issue of who becomes the next Senate president. And yesterday, I mentioned the fact that president-elect, if he stays so on May 29, and Tinubu becomes the president, the Speaker of the House of Representatives will be coming from the same state with the president. So what will happen? Key positions to be shared among the 6 geopolitical zones. President, vice president, taken already. Southwest and Northeast. Now, 4 positions, key positions. Secretary to the Government of the Federation available. President of the Senate. Of course, Chief Justice of Nigeria already in the Southwest. And of course, will the Speaker's position remain in the Southwest? Of course, the APC is one of the headaches they have to deal with if on May 29, APC's Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumes office as the president. The president-elect is right now. Now, the New Telegraph newspaper, INEC seeks courts permission to reconfigure beavers. And below the photograph, Naira redesignation, relief as banks resume old 500, 1,000 note disbursement. That's what the papers are reporting there. Now, the Daily Sun newspaper, APC mock PDP as Atiku Ayu lead protest to INEC. Main opposition party insists on cancellation of presidential poll. We have no allegiance to any party. INEC insists. Of course, I just intervened, and of course, earlier in the news segment, you dealt with this matter, that you don't need to mock anybody. The right to protest is one that is guaranteed in the Constitution. And the fact that they have resorted to peaceful protest is within the rights of the PDP's candidate and PDP supporters. Yes, and that protest was peaceful, and if they want to continue, it must remain peaceful. And the police must provide adequate security so that hoodlums don't come and attack or hijack what otherwise has been a peaceful protest. Beside the masthead of the Daily Sun newspaper, yes, Senate presidency, APC tips Southeast, move meant to achieve balance of power sharing, says party chieftain. Yes. Now, the Daily Independent newspaper, CBN mom over Supreme Court's order as banks issue old notes. Yes, CBN should say something. And that is what the newspaper is reporting. The Nigerian Tribune, as Atiku Ayu protests, PDP makes 5-point declaration to INEC on presidential poll. Now, if we go back to this day, another aspect of the presidential election that may just be waiting in the corner of court case, this day lawyer, if I think we have it there, if we put it up, is 25% of FCT votes required to win a presidential election. Legal luminaries are speaking. Yes, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, Femi Falana, Professor Taiwo Oshepiton, Mike Zekome, Sam Amadi, and of course, Haikunegbe Malik, all airing their views on this constitutional provision, which is yet to be tested at the courts. Of course, last week, Andoaka, the former Attorney General of the Federation, gave the impression that that provision is a very relevant one that may just be there for the courts to decide. If one of the candidates decide to stress that because the president-elect did not score 25% in the FCT. Now, if we look at the foreign newspapers quickly, the Times of London, Prime Minister plans annual cap on number of refugees. Ministers brace up for legal battle over migration bill. Of course, the migration bill, the Home Secretary will be under pressure, under illegal duty, yes, under illegal duty to remove nearly all asylum seekers who arrive on small boats. And of course, the duty take precedence over human rights and modern slavery claims. According to the bill, that of course, a number of parliamentarians are bracing up for this bill because they believe it shouldn't see the light of day. Now, the Guardian newspaper revealed biggest super-emitting methane leaks threatening climate. Yes, worst site discharges pollution equivalent to the impact of 67 million cars. More than 1,000 super-emitter sites gushed the potent greenhouse gas methane into the global atmosphere in 2022. The worst single leak spewed the pollution at a rate of equivalent of 67 million cars a day. And of course, this is mainly from the oil and gas sector. And I'm sure environmentalists will be worried. But before I come over to you, we just look at what the Independent newspaper is reporting. Arise, Sadat. Yes. outrageous, ridiculous. For services to what? The question. Tories, yes, of course, senior conservatives are saying if they allow what Boris Johnson has proposed to the knighthood to his father to happen, then there will be, that in itself will be discrediting the system. And of course, it will corrode public trust. Ruben, Rufai, and Ayo.
They're right. Like we said yesterday, you see, we cannot allow for a society just to go to ruins because what people do favor us. And I'm happy that the Tory party is standing up to Boris Johnson. For what did Stanley Johnson do? Is it for being a very bad family man?
For raising a child that became prime minister.
Is he for being a very bad family? Should we go into the ordeals of what happened in the family unit and the mother of Boris Johnson? Should we go into all of that? I mean, we shouldn't even start there. So there was little or no service to the nation. He doesn't deserve a knighthood, pure and simple. Boris Johnson should not use his influence. He just snuck that in before he left as prime minister. But we should always call a spade a spade. Because if that passes, that has just also become like the honors list in Nigeria.
No. Why you?
No, I mean pure and simple. I've just said what I had to say. Pure and simple. Yeah, it has just become like that. Also, as regards, the oil sector, that is one of the biggest methane emitters. I'm sure the developed nations now know that whatever they do as regards green energy is a lot of hypocrisy. They have industrialized. We are still trying to industrialize. We've not gotten our acts together. And now they're talking about green energy and all of that. But they are the highest emitter. See what happened in East Palestine in Ohio, the chemical spills on 2 occasions. See the effect on the lives of people. So who are the highest emitters in the first place? It's all of these developed industrialized nations. And now they're telling us we don't have a right to be able to develop at our own pace. And that's where the problem lies. So you can see them, you can look at the hypocrisy. When the Russian war started, the same climate activist the West made, Greta Thunberg, she became a villain when she went to campaign against tearing down the German city to turn it into a coal mine. These same people, the hypocrisy of the West. Moving on to local stories. There are going to be a lot of run-ins, and I'm happy that you've been able to call a spade concerning what the APC said as regards the PDP protesting. We don't want vile rhetoric like that. But it is not for the surrogates of the APC to be able to talk like that. The president-elect too should be able to call them to order and say, please do not do this. At least, I know people can be overzealous because of their own personal games, but we should see beyond that. And the 25% is still a very big argument back and forth. Based on what you said on Handwaka said, there's been a reaction. I saw another counter article saying that Handwaka wasn't correct as regards his claims and all of that. But, it will pan out. But real quickly, for our jurisprudence, I think we should be able to learn from Kenya that completes their presidential electoral commission activities a week or 2 after the elections before swearing in. I think that's where we should be able to go now. Start learning from other jurisdictions as regards doing things on time. Because this idea of waiting for someone to be sworn in before we complete our election petition is problematic. Let's learn from Kenya.
No, we're not going yet. I need to comment on Stanley Johnson.
Yes.
Yesterday we made a point that the major criticism is about nepotism, about cronyism. In 2020, he made his brother. He recommended him for a peerage, and he became Lord Johnson of Marylebone. Now it is his father. But Stanley Johnson himself is not an unknown quantity. He was a member of the European Parliament from about 1979 to 1984. He's also a major author, on environment and other issues. So it's not as if the father of Boris Johnson is without substance. But the concern is that...
So it's not out of the blue.
Yeah, so the concern is that Boris Johnson, had recommended his brother. He's now recommending his father for a knighthood. However, the thing to note is that it's not automatic that, in the resignation honors list, Boris Johnson has made that recommendation. That list will still be reviewed by the Cabinet Review Office. However, the main story this morning is that concerned British persons are, asking Rishi Sunak not to allow Boris Johnson to get away with it. Finally, the other issue is to draw attention to what happened in South Africa yesterday, where President Cyril Ramaphosa adjusted the cabinet, did a brief cabinet reshuffle, and he now has a new electricity minister, because electricity is a big problem. Even the Central Bank of South Africa has reviewed expected GDP growth to just about 0.3%. And the problem with ESCOM, which is 100 years old this month, has caused so much problem in South Africa. And when we talk in Nigeria that, look, if you don't have electricity, the economy will suffer. South Africa just proved that point. The only other person that was dropped was the tourism minister, who had the effrontery to be rude to the president.
So it's a minor cabinet reshuffle, actually.
Well, more or less. But the big issue is the fact that an electricity minister has been appointed.
Ministers don't lose their job here based on power grid collapse.
Anyway, thank you.
Even if it happens over and over again.
Thank you, Emmanuel Efene. We need to go now. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking to Oladotun Hassan, a lawyer and President Yoruba Council Worldwide, and Secretary General, Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband buy.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Hello Lagosians, I am Obasa Mudashir Ajayi, Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, representing Agege constituency Homo. I have come to solicit and appeal for your support in the coming gubernatorial and state assembly elections for impactful and helpful laws, prompt and conscious resolution, detailed and informed feedback, oversight for prevention of waste and negligence. Vote APC. Vote all APC candidates. Your vote is an investment. Dividend yield is guaranteed.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash-strapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. It doesn't matter if you run a salary account with First Bank or any other bank. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Amid high tension of ethnicity, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State are stepping up preparations for the March 11 governorship and House of Assembly elections in Lagos. The joint leadership of the Lagos State Leaders of Thought, led by Yoruba Council Worldwide and Ohaneze Ndigbo in Lagos, have called for calm and understanding with the non-indigenous citizens, especially those of Igbo extraction, and supporters to support and re-elect Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his second term in office. Addressing journalists in Ikeja, the state capital, President Yoruba Council Worldwide, Secretary General Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council, Oladotun Azan, on behalf of the group, said the call for the support of Sanwo-Olu's re-election was hinged on his landmark achievements and sustainability of peace, unity, and development of Lagos and, by extension, Yoruba land. It will be recalled that the APC recorded great upset in the February 25th presidential election, where the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Peter Obi, defeated Bola Tinubu in Lagos. Joining us now is Oladotun Hassan, a lawyer, President Yoruba Council Worldwide, Secretary General Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council. Dr. Hassan, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning.
Well, your support for Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is it based on ethnic considerations? Considering that you are involved in ethnic nationalities, Yoruba worldwide, and all of that. When you place the coming elections this Saturday against the fact that on February 25, in Lagos, the Labour Party won.
Definitely.
And now we're being told that the Labour Party candidate is not good enough for Lagos because his mother is Igbo, because his wife is Igbo. Are you also following that narrative to say anybody with any trace of Igbo blood cannot be governor in Lagos? Is that your main consideration?
Well, I must first acknowledge the fact that this is an election period. It's democracy, and democracy gives everyone the ability to choose and make their choices. And it's a matter of advocating for the right choice, for the best man for the job. It's a matter of telling Lagosians that these are time for appreciation. These are time to say thank you for a man that has done a good job and that is Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. We believe strongly it is not predicated on ethnicity, nor bigotry, nor political animosity. We are just speaking as Lagosians. Though as a Yoruba leader, I also double as the Secretary General of all ethnic nationalities in this country, meaning I'm more of a neutral-minded person when it comes to how we reason, because my Igbo brothers are my brothers, the Hausa Fulani, we relate and we never war. So for whatever reason, it's all a matter of adding caution. It's a matter of cautiously selling your candidate without bickering, without any war. But in this part of the world, there's a whole lot of undercurrent. When you make your opinion known, people read the religious intent, people read one sort of opinion. But for Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, it's predicated on experience. His support is based on the infrastructural development Lagos has witnessed in the last 4 years, though it's a foundation that was laid many years before. Majorly, the advent of the 1999 till date brought about the megacity idea. And that megacity idea is what has spanned infrastructural development, educational growth, economic prosperity, and Lagos has become that hub in reality of African economic hub. So without much ado, I believe our support and majority of Lagosians, from the Igbo, from Ijaw, from Tiv, Lagos is a mini Nigeria. So everyone seems to take ownership of who becomes a governor. And the majority to us is a different ball game when we are coming to gubernatorial. And we've passed through this before, but I believe strongly the candidature of Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu is predicated on experience, his sense of humor, and commitment to the development of the state, and his art of service. I will call him Omoluabi Pataki, because he has what it takes to consolidate on the good job he has started. The Lekki Deep Sea there is there, the new horizon that is heralding. If you witness the Egbiti Economic Summit, you will see a whole lot of vision, because I attended that summit, and I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that if given the right opportunity to consolidate on this vision, Lagos will be an Eldorado that we will all be proud of.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Hassan, I need to ask a few questions, because one of the things that Lagosians have said is that in recent days, we have seen the governor of Lagos State speak to the people perhaps a lot more than he's done in recent times. Yeah. In fact, he's been faulted for not having presented himself for a public debate. He's not been able to come out to defend his policies aside from what he's posting on social media or having third-party people speak on his behalf. For instance, you're here. It would have been great to have him personally here to speak to the people of Lagos, but he's not here. So whilst we understand competence, what people are saying is that we've moved the political nature or climate of Lagos is quite developed compared to perhaps other parts of the country, where we want a leader who is accountable to the people and able to speak to the people he wants to represent. So I want to ask him perhaps, why has he not, I know the reasons it's given, but why has he chosen to stay away from speaking to the people? And then the second part is that you're talking about the fact that this campaign is not based on ethnicity. Why hasn't the governor, as the chief executive of this state, speak out to condemn the vitriol against people of other ethnicity living in Lagos, especially from some people who have aligned with his party? A word from him would be great enough to douse the tensions. Why?
Well, the governor, I believe, is a good communicator and a good listener. And for the fact that the political space have really erupted your opinion, because he's a man that speaks to the media before now. He's not been shying off from talking to Lagosians. We've seen him even during the COVID, during every space, and even no matter the situation in Lagos. Recently, when there was a crisis of this ethnic post-election presidential issue, he addressed the media.
Why did he refuse at this point?
No, he has not refused. He has only just given one or two specific reasons, which are intra-political issues, and that is for the politician to answer that. It's not me. But I want to reassure. In fact, we're in discussion aftermath of our the leaders of thought party, there is an assurance from the governor of addressing the state. Maybe I'm sure by tomorrow morning there will be a very good state of the state address from the governor. So the governor is committed to speaking to Lagos, and this is his Lagos. So he takes responsibility over majority of all these issues that you have mentioned. So he has not shied away in attending to the needs of Lagosians. So for me, what I've just been able to say here, and I just want us to not to amplify unnecessary animosity of Igbo Yoruba crisis, Igbo coming to take over Lagos. No, Lagos is a Yoruba land. No one can argue that this is not part of Southwest. Historically, we know how we emanated from Ife, from Idugoro, and we established where we are. But because of the cosmopolitan state, it gives room for everybody to thrive. And the economic developmental plan of Lagos, based on its legislation and statutory programming of Lagos. Lagos is not a place of anything goes. Everything is statutorily based from the laws to the system. Even majority of what we are seeing at the national level is copy and paste from Lagos.
Second part of the question, yes. Why has he not spoken out to condemn some of the things that have been
spoken? That was why I'd say that immediately, maybe during this post-presidential election, he addressed Lagosian to maintain peace. When the crisis, if not for his address, even Ashwaju addressed when he lost Lagos, and there was a need for unnecessary revolt. Like, yes, every normal human being, why he lives in Lagos? But this is politics, this is democracy. It gives room for people to campaign and vote for their choices. And Lagos gave room. You can only, except for little pocket of skirmishes somewhere, but it is not like some other part of the state, even in Southeast. In South, we saw how Yoruba people were being harassed at polling units. Okay. So it is not that we are trying to breed issues here, but to straighten it up that the governor of the state is for the people, and we believe the people are strongly behind him, even no matter what. It's just a process
I mean, I would like to jump in here. I think what I am saying is, I would like to call on Governor Sowolo to please come to our rise.
Definitely. I'm also using this opportunity.
Hang on a minute.
Please
let me finish. We're calling on Governor Sowolo to come to our rise TV so that let us interview him, the panel here on this matter. But secondly, a lot of the things you've said, I disagree with totally, because we know the people that are pushing the ethnic bias and the sentiment. And it is within Lagos here. And it is mostly people that have at some point had something to do with the APC or served in the government. I just read a very damning article here by someone called the former Lassa, MD. It was on the Nation newspaper. And it was about, Yorubas cannot go and do what they are this in other people's land. And we have seen this ethnic vitriol that's been pushed. And it's from a particular section, mostly people from the APC. But the irony is, you said something just now. You said Lagos is Yoruba land. Are you really sure about that? You want to contest it?
Definitely.
If you go and check your history, the Oba of Lagos also stated that Lagos used to be a tributary to the Benin people, then they are Warri people. And I'd like to ask you, all of you that are claiming that we are the true Lagosians, are you truly from Lagos? Because we have seen many disparities. Look at a Senator Olamile. Please let me finish.
Okay.
Senator Olamilekon, after being a senator in Lagos, he went to his true state, Ogun State, to be a senator. There was no bones made about that. So are you people that are saying you are from Lagos causing this division? Are you truly from Lagos?
No. Correct. Let me point to you and correct your narrative. This is Southwest. That is legally, by statutory provisions of the law, even of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, recognized Lagos as part of Southwest. And where does Southwest represent, as far as the law is concerned, is Yoruba land. Let that one get buried, and let's not overheat that, because the more you overheat that, the more it erupts. Even our ancestral, this is an ancestral ownership we are talking about. It's different from transplanting, movement, or whatever.
You can go and check the history.
Yes,
I am correct on the history. You can go and check the history.
I'm the Araje
and check what even Oba of Lagos.
Let me tell you, I'm the Araje Agbaye in Ile-Ife. I know the history. I'm the traditional secretary of all of the Obatala Agbaye Council in Ile-Ife. Whatever you want us to understand here, historically, Lagos is Yoruba land, and we cannot spend the beautiful time we need to really talk about the new Lagos that Sanwo-Olu is building, that has given rise to everybody's interest. Even look at maybe during the ASUU strike, it was only the state that gave room for the tertiary institution to operate without joining ASUU strike because somebody believed in the education sector. Somebody believed in partnership.
You're deviating from my... The question is, why are they fanning the embers of this discord in Lagos? And the people that are fanning it are from a certain political party.
Let me tell you, the advent of Labour Party and the wave of ethnic bias that greeted that position, especially from the religious point of view of the Christian, Muslim animosity that aided and added more to what Peter Obi is today. But we have to give it to Peter Obi because a good, reasonable politician will take every advantage of everything that add value to his own campaign. And he has done that. We must give kudos to him. But be that as it may, the Sanwo-Olu I know, and the way he has been trying to balance, he's more a Christian, and he has always, if you see him, so he's not a man that found this ember of Christ. But majorly, just as you have rightly said, this is Yoruba land. I'm still reiterating that. But for the fact that Lagos is a mini Nigeria, we must all embrace peace. I wouldn't want to go deeper into those areas, but just to correct and reiterate our stand that no Yoruba Oba, no city that you want to talk, even their worries, everybody, there is a base here. There is a cultural base of how Lagos came about. But you cannot now tell us that even the Benin, the Eweka of Benin, was from the son of Ile-Ife. So how best that you want to talk about the largest base of the Yoruba people went as far as Dahomey or Yo. If I have to talk about how large we are, even down to Kogi, to Kwara, we will be able to take large of our expanse of ownership. But because the way Yorubas are, we embrace people.
So let's come back to the present. Leave this historical details that
definitely just to correct, just to disabuse my friend's mind.
Let me ask you, this ethnicity question, we still need to address it.
Definitely is.
In this same Lagos, I made a point yesterday that there was a man called Ebubedike.
Yes.
Who was the man who represented Ajeromi Ifelodin Badagry constituency in the Western Region House of Assembly in the 1960s, right?
Yes.
Now today, ethnicity is a big issue in this same Lagos. In 2018, when Sanwo-Olu was given the title by Ohaneze Ndigbo, Ugochinyere of Ndigbo at the National Stadium, he told the people who were there, the Ohaneze Ndigbo, that one day an Igbo man will be governor of Lagos. Go and double-check his speech. Right? Now today, the same Sanwo-Olu wants to be governor for a second term.
Yeah.
Igbos are the target.
No.
The article that Rufai Hosseini referred to
sir,
is written by Mobolaji Sanusi in The Nation today. It's titled March 11. Sanwo-Olu not Chinedu. And half of the article was an attack on Gbadebo Roosevelt, who is a Yoruba man whose family has been in this same Lagos for more than 400 years. But the argument is because his mother is Igbo, because his father is married to an Igbo woman, then that small drop of Igbo blood makes him wrong. Now, how do you deal with that issue of ethnicity? Since you say you belong to every ethnic nationality, and do you think that Sanwo-Olu can live down the threat of the youth bulge in Lagos, that NSAS group that is determined to take their pound of flesh? Because they believe that the governor was against them during the NSAS protest.
These are two major issues. Let's first address the first part. The Lagos of today and the Lagos of yesteryears have always give room for non-indigenous people to thrive. Even Nnamdi Azikiwe contested in Lagos wanting to represent Nigeria. The government...
They made it to the Western region House of Assembly, where you Yorubas worked against them.
I'm only trying to... You have raised the very first person that you talked about. I also want to reiterate. In our new era now today, the government of APC, even during the previous something, we've had Igbo representative Amuwodofin, Oshudisolo and all that. Even in the cabinet of the state, many years before now, Joe Igboku and all these other people, they are non-indigenous. This is the only state that give Hausa, Igbo, everybody fair share in the governance structure of the state. No matter how you want to see the house owner giving respect and respite to their hosts, their visitors, and they give you all the necessary ambience for you to be peaceful. And that is what Lagos have provided, the business environment, succinct business environment for everybody to thrive. No, Mr. Rufai, calm down. For whatever reason, Lagos belongs to all of us when it comes to the development. But we know that the traditional system also gives room to respect everyone. And that is what I want to reiterate, that we don't aid the Igbos. And there have not been any, we have a lot of marriage affinity, religious affinity, a whole lot of things.
There's never ethnicity in the bedroom.
No.
We know that.
We do. No, there's never ethnicity in the bedroom.
No.
Even amongst us as friends.
Ethnicity doesn't go there.
No. The issue of ethnicity is being found by some precarious and ill-motivated minds, which mostly, sometimes it takes two to tango. Some of these are friends and Igbo brothers too. Somehow, if you look at some of the posts, especially during the pre-obedience and all that mob attack that you are always faced with, you can't always just mention anything that has to do with the Yoruba. They begin to call you zoo animal and all sorts of names that provoke the instinct of your real you. Do
you have an example of such a post?
Wait, let me not example of posts like that are there. Yes, if I cite Nnamdi Kanu now, when Nnamdi Kanu was raising the whole hell as far as Lagos was concerned during the NSAS, we can admit categorically a lot of the manifestations of the ills and evil were being perpetrated by the non-indigenous factors, and it's there as a record. We cannot dispute that. That is manifestation of some of the instant incursion that want to erupt unnecessary violence and reprisal. But the fact that we are peace-loving people, yes, there may still be some skirmishes of crisis because everybody has their own urge and personal urge. You can't control every citizen. But because we have a culture of embracing visitors, let the visitor also respect is reciprocal. For the fact that the banters are coming from the Igbos now, telling you, I've been on several platforms. We've argued and all that. Even on the Arise platform, we've been almost every other night and day. It's all about argument upon argument about Yoruba, Igbo, and all that. Yes, we must give it to CRV. Yes, he's also a new kid in the block that is also making wave politically. But experience counts when it comes to governance. Lagos is more like a mini Nigeria. Experience of governance count. You must also be there. You must have served. You must have give something to show, not just appearing at NSAS rally. Because when you raise it now, I advocated in 2018 for the review of the Lekki toll gate, and we went on protest and they listened. In my years as a student union leader in LASU and as a NAS as chairman, advocated for the delivery of buses to all students in Lagos State, and that has been the last time you see bus hijacking by students. We achieved it under Fashola administration, meaning it has always been a listening affair. But the fact that the NSAS revolt you are mentioning, Mr. Governor I know was part of the NSAS advocating for police brutality. Don't let us mix it against police. No, now he was there with his placard. It was even when he even attended, for the fact that he was stoned with pure water, and some people he still calmed the situation down. But somehow, the situation that we all saw might have given rise to a lot of post-NSAS crises, and because one thing that was really missing, because some people were never held accountable for the entire crisis that erupted this violence.
Yeah, okay, let's move away from that, because it will be very unfortunate if you come to this interview.
Definitely, I'll be very ready to also speak about the NSAS after this.
No, aside from NSAS. You see how deeply this ethnicity narrative is, that we've spent a considerable amount of time dwelling on that, which is quite important. I'm not even talking about why, the competence of the person you've come to speak for.
No, I've already talked about his competence.
So a number of things I just want to clarify. I know you might not be in the best position to ask to speak on this, but it would be great to hear in terms of his policies. Would the toll gates be open if he does become, if he's re-elected president? I'm so sorry, governor of Lagos State. Will the toll gates, Lekki Ekpe and Lekki Ikoyi toll gates, will they be open again? What's the plan in terms of speaking to the young people in Lagos State? Because like Dr. Bati mentioned, there's a lot of animosity, especially with the role he played during NSAS.
Yes, let me firstly address the fact that the governor will be speaking to the Nigerian youth today at Agidingbe, at the Blue Roof. Even on Thursday, there's another gathering also that is coming up within the same Agidingbe at one of these event center within Ogba area too. Meaning, the governor is a youth and he gives youth a voice as far as he's concerned. And I must also give it to him. Beyond the fact that the political space are giving rights. If you have known me prior before now, I'm a social justice activist. I don't just want to come on here just to say, oh, because the governor is running or we are playing ethnic card. No, it's all about let's give competency. I've even advised. It's not every time we must go into the duel of electoral vindictive competition or whatever. Somehow, most of these candidates too can align with the governor. And I want to implore, not necessarily GRV Rose must really put it as a do or die. No, Jando must also put the election as a do or die. If there are areas of synergy, let them join hands with the governments of the state and let's see how we can move Lagos. Lagos needs all hands to be on deck. But I believe strongly, as part of the governance, the policy promises that we are witnessing, which is to advance the infrastructural development of the state, completion of the Lekki Deep Sea Port is there, completion of the Nollywood City that is coming up in Ekpe, the road networks, the blue rail lines, and all these other mighty projects are there.
Okay, because of time, I understand time is going. You see, the bulk of the conversation today is the ethnicization of things. Are you going to condemn now on television by saying that, and are you going to tell people that peddle this, that where you are from does not matter who you vote for. You vote for based on your conscience.
Let me tell
because all of this were targeted at SEMS against a certain person because his mother is Igbo. And that's why I asked you a question and you don't been able to answer. I said all the same people that are peddling this, I said, okay, no, we are Lagosians. Are they truly Lagosians? No, we know their heritage now.
Who are you referring to?
Are they truly Lagosians? All the people that are peddling these sentiments, are they truly Lagos stock? So, are you going to condemn that live on TV now?
For real. Just like yesterday, I called one of my Igbo friends who told me...
No, the question is, are you going to condemn? We don't have time. We don't have time. We have to go.
And the guy was attacked. I called him. And I condemn it in totality as an advocate of justice. And I'm telling all our Yoruba people that don't make this election a violence implosion that will affect our people that are also in the southeast or in the north. We know that the sensitivity of our ethnicity is very key to our development. But in as much as the political environment have given rise to this, let us vote peacefully on the 11th. On Saturday, vote for your choices, but we are admonishing all our people, including the Igbos. It's not just the Igbo people that we are talking to now. Okay. We are talking to all Lagosians. Lagosian is another cliche that binds all of us together.
Thank you so much.
Let us vote Emma for Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you, Mr. Oladoto Hassan. It's time for a short break now. When we return, Aaron Akerijola will be here with Global Sports Update. Stay with us.
You hear the sound of credit alert. Quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you dance around. We are Fidelity Bank. Sure you be the person we won't relax. Save your money, your girl with the serve, we know they tire. Say now your future be a concern. At Fidelity Bank. Fidelity there for you. We are here for you. We are the bank for you. It's true, do it all for you. Come where we go stand by you. Put your trust in us. We are the bank for you. Fidelity.
With Fidelity, we keep our word.
The lighthouse for this bold vision was built by its illustrious predecessors, a vision to make Lagos a 21st century model megacity. Since assumption of office in 2019, he has steadfastly followed this path of progressive governance. He and his team have never rested. Every waking moment, they roll up their sleeves to make the vision even sharper, clearer, and greater, with laser-like focus to build a city where dreams come true. They have embarked on building critical infrastructure projects costing billions of naira and make life better for our people. Now, to continue with this audacious class of governance, let us re-elect Babajide Olushola Sowolu and Kadri Obafemi Amzad as Governor and Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Let's keep our greater Lagos rising. ABC Progress.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
Looking fresh for your dates? Get even fresher with Close Up. New Close Up Triple Fresh formula. It cleans deeply, fights 99% of bacteria, and cools intensely. Keeping you protected and fresh.
Let's take a picture.
Protected and fresh. Still fresh, still protected.
Feeling cool and protected.
All day confidence to get close.
Oh, yeah, take me closer, short to close.
New Close Up Triple Fresh formula.
This is really, really good.
Want to?
Really?
You need a plan for whatever you want on YouTube, just like the Airtel Super Binge plan. Dial *141 *514 hash to enjoy.
One take, eh?
First few clubs don't count.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. For updates on sports stories across the globe, Aaron Akerijola joins us. Good morning, Aaron. How are you?
Yeah, very good morning to you. Ayo, good morning to you, Doctor. Good morning to you, Rufai. Let's start it off with the very disappointing news that the under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, have failed to qualify for the finals of the particular one. The Gambia beating the under-20 national team 1-0 yesterday. They had the opportunity to claw back the deficit, and unfortunately, from the penalty spots, they failed to deliver and ultimately succumbing to the Gambians, who held on to their lead and certainly celebrated that particular victory. And as it stands right now, the Flying Eagles will need to do a lot of introspection because this is not good enough, especially owing to the fact that they are going to the world stage and they'll be hoping that they can actually replicate this one. But in the meantime, they take on Tunisia in the losers finals. Let's see how that one goes. Gambia advances to the finals of this particular competition. Now, away from the under-20, later on tonight, festivities begin or continues in the UEFA Champions League round of 16 as Benfica will be taking on Club Brugge. Benfica take a 2-goal lead into that particular fixture. And your boys, Chelsea, do have a deficit to claw back against Borussia Dortmund. They lost 1-0 at the Signal Iduna. They'll be hoping that at the bridge this time around, having found the back of the net for the first time in a very long time in their last encounter in the Premier League. Let's see if they can deliver today. All right, let's see. João Felix says this is a game that will be put to bed, no pressure whatsoever. Now, away from that, the sad news actually came out ahead of Paris Saint-Germain's game tomorrow that Neymar dos Santos Jr. Is actually injured and he's actually out for the rest of the season. And this will be a big blow to them, understanding that he's actually contributed as many as 16 assists to the Parisians this season alone, and understanding that he's a strong influence as the team actually traveled for that very crucial game yesterday. But a lot of people are questioning that every 11th of March or the season surrounding the 11th of March, which happens to be Neymar's sister's birthday, Rafaela, since the 2014-2015 season, Neymar has either been injured or suspended. He has not missed any single birthday of his sister, Rafaela Santos, since the 2014-2015 season. Every single season, whether at Barcelona or Paris Saint-Germain, one thing always happens. Now, this one is out of the season. I think this is a force majeure beyond his control. But a lot of people are asking questions. What is going on? Why does this keep happening? Some people call it the Rafaela curse. Who knows? But let's see how it actually goes. Of course, Neymar will be hoping that we're wishing him all the best, and we're hoping that he comes back very, very soon. Now, away from that, let's talk about in the Premier League. Of course, Brentford actually laid the mile markers on the ground as it stands concerning this particular London derby against Fulham. And at the moment, Ivan Anthony shrugging off all allegations being laid on his feet by the English FA in regards to gambling. You can actually see Brentford right now rising to the top of the table. They're in the top half of the table. Arsenal still are the numero uno as we speak. Manchester City are part of the chasing pack behind Arsenal, then Manchester United, Spurs, Liverpool, Newcastle United, Fulham, Brighton, then Brentford. And finally, one man says he's already dreaming about a Premier League move. Victor Osimhen. He's been awarded the best foreign player in the Serie A. And when you look at that particular award, it only is just a massive testament to what he's actually done this season. 19 goals in 21 appearances for the SSC Napoli team this season. They are 15 points clear of their closest rival. They are looking in pole position to actually win the Scudetto for the very first time in forever. And Victor Osimhen has been in the heart of all that has happened for SSC Napoli this season. And he says he's dreaming of a move to the Premier League to probably come and earn some big bucks and play in the best league in the world, arguably.
First, disgraceful outing by the under-20 Flying Eagles team in Cairo yesterday.
Yeah.
They had 21 shots, 4 on target. They couldn't convert anyone. The Gambians had 3 shots.
One of them.
They managed to convert one.
Of them found the back of the net.
Just 3 shots.
Yeah.
And then one found the... but our midfield was completely non-existent.
Yes.
And Fans are so angry. They are asking that the Ladamboso team should be disbanded. They have qualified for, the World Cup finals in Indonesia.
Yes.
But if this is the team that is going there, then of course many Nigerians are not so enthusiastic. There's an ethnic dimension to it, but I don't want to go into
Doctor,
that.
please, let's not even, let's not raise doors right now. Let's not raise doors right now.
Out of frustration, yes. Many of the fans were reading ethnic meanings into it. But what we need is a team that can deliver. And then isn't it ironic that, the finals will be played by Gambia and Senegal? Gambia and Senegal used to be one country.
Yes, Senegambia back in the day.
So now, football has taken root in that particular region. Now, talking about Bruno Fernandes, he's under fire. Everybody is blaming him, from Gary Neville to Rio Fernandez to Sutton, and they say that, look, he's the man to be held responsible for Manchester United's, lethal demolition by Liverpool. They accuse him that his body language was not right, and that he should never again be allowed to captain the team. Of course, he was standing in for Harry Maguire, but the argument is that he should never be allowed again. But is it right to blame just him?
No, he was very disgraceful on the day. Well, he didn't show captain-like spirit.
Can one man be the cause of the failure?
No, sometimes no. A lot of people. The reason why they went after him is when you're losing, you have to be gracious in defeat. You've been winning for quite a while. You cannot say that because you are losing, you insist you're not injured. You insist that you want to be substituted because you do not want to face the shame of losing. That is not captain-like spirit.
Okay, finally. Henry Nwosu.
Yes.
I saw a piece by Mr. Segun Odegbami, talking about how Babajide Sanwo-Olu visited Henry Nwosu, picked up his bills, paid from his own personal purse, and, Mr. Odegbami is full of praise for, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. And he said, this is not about politics, and that if you interpret it as politics because of the timing, well, he's guilty as charged. That what he is praising in that article on Henry Nwosu and Babajide Sanwo-Olu is a demonstration of humanism. But we keep having this all the time. Why is it that in the football house, provision cannot be made for retired footballers? One after the other, you just find out footballers cannot live in peace in retirement.
Self-interest would never allow that to happen. There are different factions of the players' union. And because there are different factions of the players' union, they cannot come together and go to FIFPro, who have funds set aside every single year to help ex-footballers probably not make a living, but at least get by. The fact that they cannot come together and it's still being disputed as we speak, multiple factions. They've done themselves a whole lot of disservice, and this is what will play out continually.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much indeed. We'll take a short break now. And when we return, we'll be talking to Honorable Isa Ashiru, governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Kaduna State. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is Able to Vote Guide. Able to Vote Guide is a voter education series to increase the participation of registered voters with disability and the society at large. My name is Jake Epele. I'm the CEO and founder TAF Africa. Let's get started. Today's episode of the Able to Vote Guide will focus on how to prevent rigging during the election. Showing up early at the polling unit before the arrival of the polling official is one way to ensure that you observe the process from the start. This will enable you to cross-check the availability of the sensitive material like ballot papers, result sheets, Beaver's device, and assistive tool for persons with disability. ensure that the Beavers device has 0 figure before accreditation starts. This is to guarantee it wasn't used elsewhere before the polling official arrived at the polling unit. At the end of the accreditation and voting process, remain at the polling unit to observe and ensure that all ballot papers are fully counted. After the counting of ballot papers, ensure that the result is recorded on the original form EC8A for the polling unit. Also, make sure that INEC official present takes a photo of the original result of that polling unit using the Beavers, not his or her phone. Finally, monitor closely to ensure that INEC official uploads the result on the INEC election result viewing portal using the Beavers only. This message is coming to you from TAF Africa with funding from European Union and supported by our media partners. For more information on the activities of TAF Africa, follow us on our social media handle, visit our website on tafafrica.co. See you on the next episode of Able to Vote Guide. I remain yours truly, Jake Epele. Bye.
Since the beginning of this campaign, Jando and Funke have rigorously traversed all wards in Lagos State, from Ikorodu to Badagry, Ekpe to Alimosho, seeking to know the true state of our state and where the shoe really pinches. They visited the riverine communities and places that have never been visited before by any governorship candidate in the history of Lagos politics. Funke's market storm is also the first of its kind by a deputy governorship candidate. Lagos. There's so much work to do. It is time to give the man who knows Lagos and can birth a breath of fresh air the chance to lead. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jando as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, I need a room to rent in your house.
Okay, where do you work?
I'm the nurse.
That means you won't owe me rent. Congratulations, young lady. You have yourself a house.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. So, how much is the rent?
90,000 naira. Oh, but wait, where are you from?
I am from Akamata.
Akamata what? Akamata in my house? If you know how you got into my house, please get out right away. My spirit and that of Akamata people don't have anything to do together.
Sir, what have I done?
Your people from Akamata are known for bad things. That is what they represent, and you can't live in my house. Just get out right away.
What's going on?
Leave my house, young lady. Yes, our differences extend to our languages, culture, food, and even belief. But we are bound together by the cord of love. With one heart, with one voice, we will make Nigeria a hub of greatness, a place where the people live as one.
This message is brought to you from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. 9 governorship candidates in Kaduna State have endorsed the leading opposition candidate, People's Democratic Party, Muhammad Isa Ashiru, as their consensus candidate. The candidates, under the auspices of the Rescue and Rebuild Gubernatorial Candidates Forum, say their support for Ashiru is to rescue the state from socio-economic hardship. Arise correspondent Nisi Gabriel reports.
Ahead of Saturday's governorship and State House of Assembly election, 9 governorship candidates in Kaduna State have endorsed Isa Ashiru as their consensus candidate. They say they are also in talks with the Labour Party.
On this note, myself, Ambassador Sani Yaya, the gubernatorial candidate of the YPP, Young Progressives Party, and other 5 gubernatorial candidates seated here next to me of AA, APM, APP, ABGA, as well as the leadership of Accord Party, ADP, and Zenat Labour Party have today, the 6th of February, 2023, wish to endorse His Excellency, Right Honorable Isa Ashiru, and His Excellency, Dr. John Ayuba, as our consensus candidate. So, talking about the Labour candidate, the gubernatorial candidate, we don't know about that, but we will find a way to communicate to him. Maybe he's also going to see reason on coming here to join hands with us so that we'll merge and make sure that we kick APC out of the government.
The Rescue and Rebuild Gubernatorial Candidates Forum say their decision to support PDP is born out of their desire to have a unified Kaduna, while expressing their displeasure with the APC Muslim ticket in the state.
To us, we feel this is the moment we're supposed to keep Kaduna State together and not break it. We all know the tension we have. Kaduna State is a two religious state. But then we find the APC as a political party choosing the Muslim ticket. I want to use this opportunity to remind the good people of Kaduna State of the hardship and pain inflicted on them by this APC administration, from unjustifiable high rate of taxes to authoritative leadership and ego.
Moments after his endorsement, the PDP governorship candidate in the state, Isa Ashiru, walks in and accepts to work closely with those who withdrew from the race to support him.
Kaduna State has found itself in a terrible situation of mismanagement and recklessness in governance by the powers that be. I want to assure you that we will join hands together and send them packing by the 11th of March by the special grace of God.
Political parties are playing the religious card to woo voters as the race to sack Kashim Ibrahim's house gets more intense. The PDP believes it can take power from the APC by joining forces with other political parties in the state. Nisi Gabriel, Arise News, Kaduna.
Joining us now from Kaduna is Right Honorable Isa Ashiru, governorship candidate of the PDP in Kaduna State. Good morning and welcome to the show.
Morning.
Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Ashiru. Well, we understand that 9 political parties have declared for you. The question is, what is the magic?
Yeah.
It looks like the big issue in Kaduna State ahead of the March 11 election is religion. You are being praised for having a Christian-Muslim ticket as opposed to what your supporters consider a divisive Muslim-Muslim ticket by the APC. Is this about religion or specifically about what you are proposing to offer the people of Kaduna State?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ruben. I want to, first of all, thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to talk to you this morning. Every political party that is committed to its cause must, first of all, think of the people. The major reason why we have decided to come together, and I think, is to salvage our state. Kaduna State has been bastardized by the present administration. Nothing seems to be working. We felt coming together as opposition will give us the chance to send them packing by the special grace of God on March 11, 2023. I want to assure you that the programs that we have decided to push forward convinced my colleagues, the candidates, to join hands with me to salvage our state. We are in deep shit in Kaduna State. If we don't come together, we cannot fight this monster. I want to assure you, we are discussing with about two political parties, the ADP and the ADC. And I want to assure you, before Friday, God willing, we'll conclude our discussion and we'll join hands to make sure that we dislodge APC in Kaduna State.
All right, Honorable Ashiru, you talk about this big monster. Can you break that down a bit further? What's this big monster that your party and the other 9 parties who've come together to appoint you as their consensus candidate? And what's this big monster you're looking to eliminate or to do away with? Aside from the party, what are the issues that you're looking to tackle?
Well, the reason why I describe the present APC government as a monster is the fact that this present government have been making fake promises. In the last 8 years, they have nothing to show. The problem of insecurity, and the second aspect is the division that they have created in the state is getting wider day by day. And I think that is some of the essence of governance. Any serious government, the primary responsibility of any government is to protect the lives and property of our people. And with the present government, we have been having serious killings, banditry, and communal clashes that are yet to be overcome in the last 8 years. I don't think we should allow this government to continue. If we do that, we are not doing justice to our people. I want to assure you, with the committed team that we have and the responses we have gotten from our colleagues, gubernatorial candidates, we will do whatever is humanly possible to make sure that we restore the lost glory of Kaduna State given the opportunity. So be rest assured we are combat ready. Security will be the first in our agenda, and will, by the special grace of God, taking into consideration our document that we have presented before the state, which they were convinced, and they are still partnering with us to make sure that we reach out to the nooks and crannies of Kaduna State and get these people out.
All right. So, I mean, what will be your solution to the problem of insecurity? Yes, Kaduna is in deep problems, but a lot of politicians just come and talk for the sake of talking. And pretty much, because it's an insurgency you're fighting in Kaduna, it's pretty much about the federal government. And nothing has been done all this while. So what is going to be your renewed approach? And what would you do to be able to ease tensions in Kaduna that are rife among the different religious groups? We all see that dichotomy, the Muslim-Christian dichotomy. Kaduna needs a leader that would not take sides. Now, call it spade a spade. So what will you do differently to be able to ensure that there's that balance in Kaduna before the cosmopolitan Kaduna starts to grow economically? What separate thing would you do as regards the insecurity issue? Because we've had too much promises and a lot of people are tired.
Thank you very much. What I will do differently is the fact that when you have a just, fair, and equitable government in place, government that is all-inclusive, you remove the suspicion that is in governance in Kaduna State. The inclusiveness is what is of importance, bringing all segments of our state to the table. Governance is not about an individual or groups. We have had government in the past, 2015. There has never been this kind of problems. What I want to assure you is that the level of unemployment in the state, the level of poverty, because of the kinds of program they are implementing, have sent small and medium scale industries packing, just for the purpose of making sure that they install what they feel is theirs. Come to think of it, the local businesses that were thriving in Kaduna are no more. They have sent them packing, building shopping malls that people cannot afford to pay. What I want to assure you is that people in Kaduna State, majority of them are agrarian farmers. There has never been a situation where fertilizer and farming inputs were subsidized by the present government. The insecurity that is in place has can be approached in different dimensions. He has succeeded in sacking traditional institutions that living a vast land that have not been supervised, unlike when they were there. I want to assure you, when we come back, we will make sure that we involve the citizens in making sure that security is restored in the state. We will restore these traditional institutions that were sacked by the present government. There are people that, whether a government likes it or not, must work with the traditional institutions, because these are institutions that has been in place and has been supporting government in the management of the state. Unfortunately, when they came, they terrorized people, sent them out from their respective offices for reasons best known to them. So long as we cannot work side by side with our citizens, nothing will change. I want to assure you, given the opportunity, we'll restore back these our institutions so that we'll create an enabling environment where people will live peacefully, and the issue of communal clashes that has subsisted, we will do whatever is humanly possible to bring these people to the round table and bring an end to this menace that we find ourselves.
Okay. Well, during the presidential election of February 25, the PDP took majority of the votes in Kaduna State. So that's something we can hold on to. And that's probably something that you two can look forward to. But these other political parties, 9 of them, that have declared support for you, how much store do we put by their declaration of support for you? YPP, AA, APP, ZLP, NRM, APGA, APM, Accord Party, ADP. These were parties that did not even feature on the map in the presidential election. So how much confidence do you have in this declaration of support, other than maybe the sheer symbolism of it?
Dr. Ruben, is not symbolic. A vote counts in the game of politics. One vote can make a difference. These people have their spread across the state. What is of importance is for us to make sure that we exploit this opportunity in making sure that we'll garner votes that can change the present government that we find in our place. So to you, it doesn't matter. But for me, they matters a lot, because I know the group that I've been working with, because we have a committee of candidates that we have been meeting, discussing in wanting to make sure that we bring change to this state. They have their own people on ground. So I don't think it will be fair to them to say that they don't have spread. In my state, they do. Very few. I think I can attest to the fact that their area of coverage is not wide. But they are a force to reckon with. And I'm glad that they have decided to come and join me to make sure that we usher the present government, inshallah.
All right, so you talked about the fact that later on today, or perhaps before the end of the week, there are more parties who would come on board with the PDP to support your candidature. Are you speaking to the Labour Party as well? I know you talked about the AGC and AA. And the reason I ask, of course, is because they have been able to have some inroad in the Kaduna State using the presidential election as a yardstick. And in terms of muscle or mass of people, that's certainly one to consider. Would you be looking at an alliance with the Labour Party?
Well, we are in discussion terms with the Labour Party through some party elders within the state. Secondly, you know the voting pattern of last election. It has a religious connotation. And for me, I had to travel to the southern part of the state to have discussions with leaders and elders and some clergymen to make sure that what they did in the presidential election has taken them nowhere. And I don't think as a bloc, Southern Kaduna is PDP. And when you talk of Southern Kaduna in Kaduna State, they are the people that vote in bloc like give votes to PDP in bloc. And I think the effort I've made so far, I think has yielded fruitful result. They have understood my position and the situation we find ourselves in Kaduna State. And you will see a dramatic change Saturday, 11th March, by the special grace of God.
All right, but I'd like to dial back to the first question I asked. A lot of people are going to say that your security plan, based on what is happening on ground, you've not put a finger on it enough. Is there still any more thoughts you have as regards solving the problem of insecurity? Because yes, the attention, no, it's a deeper issue than it is on the surface. So I'd like you to dial back to that question properly. How would you solve the raging insecurity problem in the state and use it as a panacea to be able to develop the state? That's the question. I think that's a priority question among many people watching out there in Kaduna today.
It is, you have spoken well. The truth of the matter is that whether we like it or not, people must be involved in getting this problem out. The issue that I have enumerated is that of our inability, that we have vast land that are ungoverned. In the past, we have traditional rulers that are managing these vast lands that are no more now. When we come on board, I want to assure you that we will do the very best in making sure that the right thing is done by bringing these people back. Number two, the problem of funding, as far as the issue of security is concerned in the state, has been very poor. We have made contacts with those that are in the system, within the security apparatus, and we have had enough as far as issue of funding is concerned. We will make sure that we do the right thing to address this problem of funding. Number three, we have to engage these people. These people are human beings like us. We can reach out to them, discuss when it comes to issue of this banditry and kidnapping. They are living within us. People are thinking that they are monsters. They are not. We can sit with them, discuss, and bring this menace to an end. The problem in Kaduna is disturbing. Is disturbing. Come to Kaduna and see for yourself. People are not sleeping with their two eyes closed. When we want to get this out of our society, there has to be an engagement with these people to make sure that whatever be their problem is addressed. And I want to assure you, peace will be restored by His special grace. I want to believe that it is possible with the right leadership, and we'll get out of this menace.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Isa Ashiru, for joining us on the morning show. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Ojinika Okpe will be here with details on what's trending. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not, nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money Wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money Wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money, pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and in check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money Wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money Wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money Wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money Wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
The 2023 general election is the second general election since the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act.
About 28.6%, which is over 4,000 young candidates between 25 to 35 years of age, are contesting for various elective offices across Nigeria. These young men and women with competence, capacity, and character need your support to win.
The 2023 election is an election of rebuilding this great nation and restoring hope through our vote. Imagine a government with 30% young elected leaders with competence, capacity, and character.
It begins with one vote, your vote. These young candidates are deciding Nigeria's future today.
Our future
depends on your vote.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business, we vote. Vote is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Vote is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business, we vote. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband bar.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Great illustrious sons and daughters of Igbo land living in Lagos State, I salute you. A very big kudos to you all for standing by our own Mr. Pitobi at the just concluded polls of 25th February 2023. We the Igbos in Lagos State are left with no other option than to unanimously anticipate 11th day of March 2023 as a glorious opportunity to deliver our ball vote to the man who has identified with us for a very long time. He was the only Lagos politician that visited our people in Ladipo Market when it caught fire in the early days of year 2022. He was also the only politician that visited the amalgamated exco of Alaba International when Lagos hoodlums prevented them from registering to vote Ndibo. It is time to come out en masse to vote the man qualified and equipped to do the job 100%. Let us give our votes to PDP for governorship election. This message is brought to you courtesy Ndibo Nyokoma Miliono of Wolfufu Foundation.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now is Ojinika Ojiokwe with stories trending around the world. Hello, Jinix.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Excellent. Good morning, Ayomide.
Good morning, Oji.
Good morning. How do you say good morning in Yoruba language? Rufai.
Ekaro.
Ekaro, Rufai. How are you this morning?
Ekaro, Jinika. Are you guys?
We are celebrating.
You should respond
exactly.
In her own language. Go on.
Otutuoma.
Wow. Very nice, very nice. Well, all right. He did well. Don't worry, I'll teach him afterwards. All right. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending with reactions trailing the peaceful protest by the People's Democratic Party, led by the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, at the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Abuja, over the controversial presidential election held on February 25th. Atiku has described the election as fraudulent and a sham and is asking the Electoral Commission to conduct a fresh election.
All the provisions of the current electoral law has been completely contravened. We were protesting and INEC was not listening. They were bent on going with this, announcing these results. In fact, this protest is going to continue for a very, very long time.
Well, in the meantime, the All Progressives Congress has tackled Atiku over the protest. In a statement on Monday, the party's media director, Bayo Ononuga, said that instead of gathering evidence for the Election Petition Tribunal, Atiku and his followers were dancing skelewu on the streets of the nation's capital. Ononuga described the protest as a new low for the perennial election loser and accused Atiku of staging a theater of the absurd. Ononuga said the APC fails to see how a march to INEC by a scanty crowd will give victory to Atiku and his fragmented party in the PDP. Well, I believe that the APC has taken a dig at Atiku, and it's not only the APC, but let me take some tweets. This is from Festus Kiamo, who wrote, "The adoring of black dresses by the PDP leaders in their protest to INEC office did the right thing because the event was actually a funeral procession. The undertakers of PDP who refused to adhere to the principle of zoning took the corpse to the gates of INEC for proper burial. Well, the Rivers State Governor, Nyesom Wike, has also taken a swipe at the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, over the protest at INEC. Wike, while speaking during the commissioning of a road in the state, said that he had won the leadership of the party over their insistence that Northerners hold onto the presidential ticket and national chairmanship seat of the party, and that now, while party members are demonstrating, he's commissioning projects.
While other people are demonstrating, me have commissioning projects.
Love you.
I have not done to do demonstration. My own is to commission projects to make my people to be happy. Neche kanka. Neche kanka. Kanka. Is it now from out? Now from out? The last election, 25th of February, I remain to be challenged. I owe nobody any apologies at all. I'm one of the apostles and one of those who stood firm that power must rotate. I said so. This is for equity, this is for fairness, and this is for justice. Whether you voted for Labour, I have no problem with you. Whether you voted for APC, I have no problem with you. That is what we have argued for. That the North has had for 8 years. Therefore, the South should have for 8 years. So nobody, I am not here to persecute anybody. As far as I'm concerned, anybody from South, that is my position. So I'm not here coming to say, you voted for Labour, you voted for APC. No. That is what we agree as integrity group, that you must make sure the South emerges as the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Wike has added his voice as well. I mean, I guess everyone has the right to protest, Dr. Abati. But I mean, you know, people are saying this is medicine after death, he should go to court. And I don't know what your thoughts are about the APC taking, you know, a dig at the whole process as well, especially statements from the media aides.
Well, we have made the point here earlier that the spokespersons of the APC, they appear unduly triumphant, supercilious in their statements. They've taken the option of mocking the People's Democratic Party and also mocking Atiku Abubakar, who at 76 and who has been a presidential candidate 6 times and not winning, may not be able to run again, you know, in 2027, depending, of course, on how the matter in court goes. But the only thing to stress here is that the right to protest is a legal right. Yeah. It's a constitutional right. And what the PDP has done, led by Atiku Abubakar, was to register their protest, submit a letter of protest to INEC. What INEC can do about the letter of protest is a matter for anybody's imagination. The INEC person who collected the letter was saying, oh, we'll look into the grievances. Which grievances would they look into after the fact? And what the PDP is saying basically was that the INEC had violated the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and that it conducted an election that is best regarded as a charade, and that is a violation of the whole idea of democracy. So, but to the extent that the PDP and other political parties are protesting peacefully, not taking the laws into their hands, I think that's to be commended. So they've taken that letter of protest to INEC. They've also gone to court to ask for leave of court to inspect INEC materials. That's in order. As for Nyesom Wike, the governor of Rivers, well, he was speaking at HA local government area yesterday. I guess you cannot crucify a man for insisting on certain principles. At that same forum, and before then, he quoted Section 7, sub 3C of the PDP Constitution, which he and his supporters insist talks about zoning and the idea of rotational presidency. And their major grounds was that you cannot have the presidential candidate from the north and also the chairman of the party from the same zone, and that will amount to injustice. And they stood their ground on that and became the G5. And as it turned out, they were not part of the campaign. They made it clear that they were going to work against the party. Hence, at the end of the day, Mr. Peter Obi won in Abia and Enugu. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu won in Oyo, Benue, and Rivers. These are areas you consider the traditional stronghold of the People's Democratic Party. So in terms of post-mortem, you may say that the People's Democratic Party was heavily damaged by its own internal issues, by the factionalization of the party. The only thing that Wike did not do in that statement is to, come up with a song, his usual song. As they paint them, they go to sweet us, which was more or less what he was saying.
Yes.
That's why some people were demonstrating yesterday in Abuja. He was not demonstrating.
Projects.
He was, commissioning projects.
Yes.
So that's one-upmanship, it will look like. But when all this is over, what will happen? Will the party sanction him and the other governors that worked against the interests of the party, that engage in anti-party activities? Because even in that tape that you played, it was say, if you voted for Labour Party, no problem. If you voted for APC, no problem. But this Saturday, I hope he's not going to say that his own candidate should be voted against. That has not been his campaign so far. But this is just the complex nature of politics that we see in Nigeria. But I hope, as I said previously, before he joined us, that the People's Democratic Party, beyond, without prejudice to the outcome of the election petition at the Court of Appeal, functioning as the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, will learn lessons from what has transpired within the party. Mr. Peter will be leaving the party, almost, play the role of a spoiler to the party, because all his popularity, the efforts, and all of that is clear. If he had been in the PDP, PDP would have gained from that. If the G5 did not pull out, along with other party leaders, the PDP would also have gained from that. Right. When in 2015, the APC emerged, you had parties coming together, forming a formidable front to challenge the ruling People's Democratic Party. In 2023, instead of coming together, the PDP divided into splinters. And, this is part of the outcome.
Well said, Dr. Abati. Well, in the meantime, the decision by the Independent National Electoral Commission to approach the Court of Appeal in Abuja to allow the commission reconfigure the bimodal voter accreditation system used in the presidential election before deploying them for the March 11 governorship and state legislative elections has elicited questions about the integrity of the recently held poll from a cross-section of Nigerians. The appeal is coming as the court had previously granted the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party permission to inspect materials used by the commission in the conduct of the February 25th presidential election, and that includes granting access to scan or make photocopies of voters' registration and ballot papers, as well as carry out digital forensic inspection of the Vivas machine used in the election. INEC, however, in its application, asked the appellate court to vary the order granted to the aggrieved parties so as to allow the commission to reconfigure the Vivas ahead of the polls, while some IT experts have said that granting the order would allow the electoral body to tamper with the evidence and compromise the pending litigations on the controversial poll and further worsen the credibility of the entire process. Let's take some reactions. This is from Silicon, who wrote, BVAS was configured to rig the presidential election, and that has been achieved. While National Assembly election results were uploaded easily into the INEC server, presidential results were not. Now, they want to configure BVAS to enable them rig governorship elections. Ninja, make una get sense small. Well, Pearls wrote, word rich in me has it that BVAS has enough capacity to take in data for all the elections scheduled to take place this period, presidential and gubernatorial inclusive. And to think of it, we had less than 25 million Nigerians who voted out of 93 million registered voters. That is less than 30% turnout. Why would INEC go for a system that cannot comfortably accommodate data of 93 million people for a single election, or even more? What do they spend about 350 billion naira for? It's either INEC is incompetent or lying. And with what has happened so far, I suspect the latter or both. Incompetency or they're lying, Rufai.
Oji, you see, I said it this morning, please. I think the EFCC and every, parastatal possible that investigates needs to investigate that INEC project that brought about the BVAS. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up. For the amount of money spent, we shouldn't be having this process. Something is not adding up. Who were those that brought in the BVAS in the first place? Who were those that did the software back-end work? Something is not adding up. And when you say you want to reconfigure, we were all here when the Osun report came out, the Osun Tribunal report, saying that there were two varying data from the BVAS because those that downloaded theirs on time, about a month after, is still downloading some data and all of that. So if you have that, then you must allow room for people to be able to check the full record of what's on the BVAS. It must not be tampered with. And people must be able to have elections without tampering with what is in the BVAS. And because the process looks in such a way, that tab is not a big deal. If it's just a tab with a, thumbprint punch on it.
Yes.
It's a normal tab now. So, and maybe it's just, you will just load up a software on it. So we need to investigate what really happened. What is even the BVAS backend like? Who are the people that were given the contract? EFCC needs to investigate INEC. That's number one. And concerning, reconfiguring, I don't think INEC should reconfigure because they'll be tampering with what is there. And INEC should not blackmail us by saying, no, if they don't do it, they'll not be able to do elections. Secondly, and I'd like to challenge many norms. What Governor Wike said, I condemn him for trying to say, oh, they don't have a right to protest, blah, 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 and all of that. But I will not condemn him for saying the zoning arrangements. Because, see, let us call a spade a spade. Atiku Abubakar emerged into disrupting the zoning arrangement of the PDP added to the faults of the PDP. Governor Wike, Kiamu, that said that is also right. But what I just disagree with Kiamu on is the attack of, they are doing a funeral, blah, blah, blah. No, they have a right to protest because even INEC has come out and said his process was flawed. They had a meeting the other day, and the INEC chairman said, "Oh, we will deal with negligent members of staff." They're not supposed to be telling us that, and that's why the people had called the commission to be able to review the elections. But yes, let me now push further my narrative by saying, I also disagree with people that say it's because of all of this, PDP lost their states. Even if PDP was as united as Manchester United. They will still have lost states like Delta. Because these were the people speaking. They had the structure in Delta. We forget that the running mate is the running mate of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Okowa, is the incumbent governor of Delta, and he couldn't deliver his states. In fact, there were copious notes of him even being beaten around his locality. Even in Edo states, that there was an incumbent governor that the people liked. In fact, there were talks on the street that people were saying, Governor, this is not about you, but now we go vote for presidency. Even in Abia, if the PDP was as united as anything, with the zeitgeist, with the push by the people, they wanted to vote Labour. So I also attack that argument that says, oh, if the PDP was united. Because when you look at it, the margins were there and it speaks for itself.
All right.
But the PDP has a right to protest, and the APC should stop taunting the PDP on it protesting the election results.
All right. Well, in another development, the governor of Ebonyi State, David Umahi, has said that he is not against the Southeast decision to vote for Peter Obi during the presidential election, but that the comments made by the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, about the presidential ambition of the Labour Party presidential candidate have manifested. Umahi said this at the Ebonyi International Airport and further stated that although Peter Obi did well in the election, the Southeast needs to align with other geopolitical zones to win the presidency. Soludo came under intense criticism in the wake of the comments he made in a letter released in November 2022, in which he stated that there is no credible pathway for Obi to get near the first two positions, adding that Obi knows that he cannot become president. Well, in the same vein, in the wake of the lawsuit filed by Peter Obi contesting the results of the February 25th presidential elections, his wife, Margaret Obi, in a video that is making the rounds on social media, stated that her husband has a history of long court battles over a stolen mandate and that he, in fact, is responsible for changing the constitution of Nigeria on election matters. Let's take a look.
They remember this, but this man, this una in-law, now he changed constitution of Nigeria when it comes to election. That's why we dey get stagger election. You know, say when he contest for 2003, they come collect the mandate. He say he go court. Even me, I check and say, where they go? He say court. I say, okay, may he stay there. Me, I dey house court. Now he's not for court for 3 years. And then the party where they no be ruling party. So you see the wahala wey dey for this Nigeria. Now one day after 3 years, they give him a mandate. That's not the reason why for here for Nigeria, sometimes, not be sometimes, some states they get election different. Like for March 11, no be all states go get. That one not even do himself. They come impeach him. You know why they impeach him? They say he's stingy. Don't be today, not they give you, but if you want to look what that man stingy, make you look inside house.
Well, another wife that is speaking on behalf of her husband is wife of the governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Dr. Mrs. Ifeanyiwa Anebo Rhodes Vival, ahead of the March 11 gubernatorial election. Her speech is coming in the wake of the attacks by those who believe that her husband does not qualify to govern the state because he's not a Lagosian.
My name is Ifeanyiwa Anebo Rhodes Vival, and I'm the wife of Badabo Rhodes Vival, the gubernatorial candidate of Lagos State under the Labour Party. I want to take this time out to thank you so much for your support. This journey is not for the swift, but we are deeply appreciative. As you may already know, GRV's brilliantly crafted manifesto proposes solutions to problems Lagosians face on a daily basis. I'm a scientist with a background in molecular genetics. I've also been lucky enough to have the privilege of being trained at some of the world's most reputable institutions, like the University of Oxford and Harvard University. I'm extremely passionate about healthcare, science, research, and innovation. Our Lagos is a community of talented, illustrious, enterprising, and excellent citizens. We deserve a government that works. A government that allows us to thrive is what we deserve.
I think both wives did amazing.
Fantastic. I'm proud of that, and I'm glad that we're ending on such a great note, especially spotlighting women who are not just sitting and being housewives or in the other room, but actually can contribute to society. So Dr. Ifeanyiwa is a molecular geneticist and also is in research into breakthrough drugs in malaria. phenomenal woman, and also, the support given by Mr. Peter Obi's wife, Margaret Obi, is just excellent to describe from a personal point of view the personalities of these men in question. I think it was important to play Dr. Ife's video because, Oji, the conversation has been had around ethnicity and the fact that he's married to someone, and we're moving away from competence and what people bring to the table. We need to elevate our politics. We need to do better in 2023 and leave cheap tactics, away in the past. So thank you so much for ending. And just on a final note, this is in the face of INEC releasing the results from the Senate elections that only 3 women got into Senate in this at least so far in the last cycle. We need to speak up more for women, and even when we have the opportunities like this to speak for women in the spotlight, it's important, very important. So thank you.
Very well said, Ayo. Well, thank you all for your great analysis, as always, on What's Trending. I wish we had more time. Well, that's all I have for you on What's Trending today. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And that's all on today's edition of The Morning Show. Rotus Odire will be here next to take you through Global Business Report. Stay with us. It's the Arise News Channel.
Are you a dealer in cars, jewelry, precious metals and stones and luxury goods? Are you into real estate, or are you an estate agent, surveyor, valuer, developer or broker? Are you into the hospitality industry, lottery business, or are you a mortgage broker, tax consultant or an accountant? Do you have a supermarket, pools betting and consulting or construction company? If you have, go and obtain your certification from the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, SCUMOL, and be free to do your business within the ambits of the law. SCUMOL has the responsibility to monitor, supervise, and regulate the activities of designated non-financial business and professions, DNFBPs, across the country. Please note that the SCUMOL certificate is not a guarantee of legitimacy of any business. To register, visit www.scumol.org. For collection of certificate, visit any EFCC office nearest to you. Remember, registration is free.
SCUMOL, securing Nigeria's business environment. This message is from Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to award-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. The Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Hello and welcome to Arise News. You're watching the Global Business Report. I'm Roti Sodiri, coming to you from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Let's take a look at these stories making headlines across the business world today. The Federal Reserve's Jerome Powell testifies in Congress amid troubling inflation data. China's trade surplus grows as imports slump more than 10%. Facebook parent Meta plans to cut thousands of jobs in a fresh round of layoffs. And in Nigeria, we look at the FAC allocation to states. They're rising, but so is poverty. It's a Global Business Report. Do stay tuned. All right, mixed bag in the Asian markets. Shanghai Composite Index pointing up, well, downwards actually, 111 basis point drop. Kospi in Korea heading in the opposite direction, just up by about 3 basis points. The Hang Seng is down. Nikkei 225 in Japan pointing upwards. Crypto prices seem to be dropping following tracking equities as they do. Bitcoin down 6 basis points. Ethereum is up though, as so is Binance Coin and XRP. The US dollar against a basket of currencies strengthening against the euro, pretty much against the entire basket, against the Japanese yen and the pound. And oil prices, Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate, we see both down 12 basis points and just 1 basis point respectively. China's exports and imports have continued to decline in the first 2 months of the year. Exports fell 6.8% in January and February from the same period last year, according to official data showed today, improving from December's drop of 9.9%. Imports were down 10.2%, missing estimates by a large margin, which had predicted just a 5.5% drop. This data reflects a slowdown in the global economy and weak domestic demand. Sri Lanka's rupee has rallied as China's support for the nation's debt plan and the central bank's move to scrap the currency trading ban boosted optimism over an international monetary fund bailout. The rupee soared 4% to 325 per dollar today, the highest since April of last year. Local markets were shut Monday for a holiday. China gave assurances that it will support Sri Lanka's debt restructuring, a key requirement for the IMF's $2.9 billion bailout. Australia's central bank has increased its benchmark interest rate by another quarter point to 3.6% Tuesday as it continues trying to tame rising inflation. It was the 10th rate rise in a row by the Reserve Bank of Australia, bringing the rate to its highest point in 11 years. The bank has been trying to counter inflation, which came in at a hotter than expected 7.8% in the December quarter, highest level since 1990. German factory orders rose unexpectedly in January, increasing by 1% on the month on a seasonally and calendar-adjusted basis, Federal Statistics Office said. A Reuters poll of analysts had pointed to a 0.9% decrease for the month. The jump was due to an increase in orders of capital goods, particularly aircraft and spaceship construction sectors. Strikes across France today may severely disrupt transport, with only 1 in 5 high-speed trains running and a third of international Eurostar and Thalys services cut. Air France expects to operate 8 of 10 short and medium-haul flights. Opinion polls indicate opposition to Emmanuel Macron's plan to raise the minimum retirement age, which remains high, though off its peak. The world's largest social networking company, Meta Platforms, owner of Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, is eliminating more jobs on top of a 13% reduction in November in a bid to become a more efficient organization. In its earlier round of cuts, Meta slashed 11,000 workers in what was its first ever major layoff. Jerome Powell, U.S. Federal Reserve Chair, is set for a high-stakes appearance before U.S. Congress today as the Federal Reserve weighs how aggressively to keep raising interest rates in the face of stubbornly high inflation. Powell's testimony before the Senate Banking Committee will be the Federal Reserve Chair's first public remarks
since troubling inflation data releases showed the central bank is still struggling to cool the U.S. economy despite its year-long campaign of monetary tightening. For more on these headlines, we'll cross over to London. We're joined by Arise business analyst Bode Oshosumi. Good morning, Bode. Thanks for joining us. What do you make of that Germany factory orders data? What are we learning from its release?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me on the show. German factories, they began the year on a fairly upbeat note. We had a surprise increase in January orders. Factory orders came in today lower than in December, but still slightly upbeat in the sense that they beat a market forecast, 1% month-on-month in January compared to 0.9% forecasted. But it's followed a upwardly revised 3.4% rise that we saw in December. But the details are quite interesting. Factory orders led the gain. Foreign orders, led the gains, 5.5%, with those from countries outside the euro surging 11.2%. That was led by aircraft and spacecraft construction orders. On the other hand, orders from the euro area actually decreased 2.9%. Domestic orders also sank 5.3%. That's quite a bit. Orders went up for capital goods. That's 8.9% up. Aircraft and spacecraft construction 138.5%. So there's a huge jump there. Manufacture of motor vehicle machines 6.8%. Consumer goods came down 5.5%. Led by the reduction in demand for electrical equipment manufacturing. The orders there came down 22.3%. It's worth noting that domestic orders are down and euro area orders are also down. And what is driving orders are from outside the euro area, mainly aircraft and spacecraft construction. The recovery in leisure and travel is pushing up global demand for new aircraft, and manufacturers in Germany and other parts of the world are benefiting, especially demand coming from emerging economies like India and China. Order for consumer goods is a sign that consumption is still down. Electrical equipment came down 22.3%. Hopefully, lower gas prices will help disposable income in subsequent periods and improve the demand for consumer goods. Still, the manufacturing sector has some grounds for optimism, given the recent improvement in the expectations. The IFO Institute survey that we just had for February was not too bad. And China's reopening is also likely to help sentiment, raising the prospect of more German exports. But also announced today, Germany plans to ban some Chinese components in the country's fifth-generation wireless network as geopolitical tensions heighten. My thinking is that with a softening domestic market, Germany will feel the pain if China, for example, retaliates by finding ways to cut down demand for capital goods from targeted nations. So as the world gets more interlinked, one has to be very careful with some of these moves, especially against China.
All right, strikes in the UK, now in France, and we've got opinion polls coming from the French saying that most don't support where Macron is going. What are your thoughts, starting with France?
Well, fuel deliveries and refining, I understand, were actually disrupted at Total Energy and ESSO, the Confédération Générale de Travail, that's the CGT, the main union. They said that shipments were also impacted at both Total and ESSO. So this can, the hit on the economy can quickly climb up. Now people say that the impact is forecasted to be less than 0.2% of GDP, but my sense is that the situation can easily intensify. But indeed, Paris subways, commuter train schedules are severely affected. Labor unions are calling for a surge in the number of people taking part in strikes. Protest marches across the country after participation actually dropped significantly in February from a peak of 1.27 million on January. That was January 31. But Macron is not backing down. He says he needs this minimum retirement age to go up from 62 to 64. It's important to keep public finances sound while funding other priorities such as the green transition. The question is that should people be working more to help fund government priorities like the green transition? Can governments operate on a far leaner purse than they say they have? And of recent, especially with new pressures with COVID, governments have been getting much, much bigger instead of the previous trend of smaller government. So the answers are anything but obvious. The legislation is being reviewed by the Senate. The goal is for it to come into effect in September. Timing, I think, is another very sensitive issue, which the pain may have been underestimated, because the timing now is extremely difficult, and it appears that governments are increasingly out of touch with some of the challenges of the average households, given all the issues, inflation, and so on. But we'll see how this goes on. According to what we heard today, French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire, he also unveiled a deal with retailers in which they agreed to take a hit to their margins, amounting to hundreds of millions of euros, offering lowest possible prices, all to bring the prices down in a new 3-month campaign to help households. But will that be enough? I doubt. According to the head of CGT, they say they are going into a higher gear this week, and it's still unclear whether the changes will be approved by Parliament by the end of the month, or if the government will have to ram it through using special constitutional powers that he has. But even if Macron is able to push this through, I think it could come at a huge political cost.
All right, China helping Sri Lanka out as it struggles economically. What else do we know about this development?
Well, some have said China contributed to Sri Lanka's problems by pushing many of these huge projects that China was financing, which some said didn't always make sense. But Sri Lanka needs to repay about $6 billion on average each year until 2029, and we'll certainly have to keep engaging with the IMF. It's not clear what the new support that we understood yesterday came from China, but there was a letter which provided some support that is giving the IMF some assurance. China and India are Sri Lanka's biggest lenders. In total, Sri Lanka owed Chinese lenders $7.4 billion, or that's about a fifth of their public external debt by end 2022. And although the Export-Import Bank of China offered Sri Lanka a 2-year moratorium on its debt, I understand that's still not enough to meet IMF conditions. The issue with IMF is that they can only provide support if they see a sustainable debt pattern. And for debt to be, if it's unsustainable, if it's not sustainable, the fund's financing will not proceed except they get adequate assurances. And I think China, being the biggest creditor, has to give assurances that it's going to work in alignment with IMF the IMF protocol. But I think the bottom line is China has become the world's largest government creditor to developing countries over the decade, and it definitely has to have a key role in talks over debt restructuring. Most of that debt has been done by state-owned banks, Chinese banks, who are reluctant to write down loans. But China also needs a business with Asian neighbors, and Asian neighbors needs China, and all these infrastructure projects that China has been pushing, and of course also financing, has helped trade. Take, for example, just today, China reported a solid jump in the trade surplus as imports and exports showed a slump during the January-February period. So China needs trading neighbors to be financially healthy. So there is a win-win here. But Yellen just commented yesterday expressing support of Sri Lanka's steps towards clinching an IMF program in her conversation with President Ranil Wickremesinghe. And she says commitments to transparency and comparable treatment for all bilateral, official, and private creditors are all welcome. But let me just close by saying Beijing is also offering a lot of support Pakistan, and they have said that they're going to help a lot of other heavily indebted nations like Zambia and Ghana. And I guess that could also help IMF's concerns. But China is certainly playing a major role, and it calls for a new partnership, especially with these Western multilateral institutions like the IMF, of course, amid a simmering Cold War.
All right, interesting developments there. Arise business analyst Bode Oshoshimi, thanks for taking us through the headlines. Appreciate your insights as always. It is the Global Business Report here on Arise News. We talk states, poverty, revenue sharing in Nigeria. Right after the break with Chika Mbonu. Stay tuned.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise.
Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband buy.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Greater Lagos is rising, rising, rising.
Every wakefulness, the spirit of Lagos comes alive. The never say die spirit of its people. The audacious spirit, even in the face of difficulty, that never surrenders. That is why, just as the proverbial phoenix, we're emerging stronger together from the pains of our past and better from the ashes of our yesterday. We're building a greater Lagos on the firm foundation laid by our predecessors. We are Lagosians. We're resilient. Look at us. The spirit of enterprise lives here, all around us. That's why it's such a great privilege for me to have been elected out of millions to lead this great state. And so every day, I'm driven by that single conviction that all our people require is for governments to become a strong enabler of their noble dreams. See why we've become Africa's startup capital. The unicorns are here. Our music rules the world. They travel across cultures and borders. Talents are made in Lagos. And so with our collective sweat, we're building new infrastructure for ourselves and generation coming behind us. And so here is the good news. A greater Lagos, rising.
Re-elect Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as governor and Obafemi Kadiri Hamzat as deputy governor, Lagos State.
Greater Lagos, rising. APC, progress.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here on Arise News. Here in Nigeria, it seems despite an increase in revenue distribution to states in the country over the past 5 years, poverty has continued to rise. The Federation Account Allocation Committee, the FAC, increased its allocation to states by 30.5% to 3.16 trillion naira in 2022, according to data from the Bureau of Statistics. Commenting on that is two quotes from Lukman Agbola, who's the head of research at Sofidam Capital. And he says, first off, that we have more poor people now than at any other time, despite rising FAC allocations. Poor Nigerians are the majority, from big cities to rural neighborhoods. He continues and says the states aren't doing enough. Says the state governments have been irresponsible in project and program initiation and execution, as there is often no linkage to the Human Development Index. Arise business analyst Chika Mbono joins us to comment further. Chika, what do you make of this rising? Yeah, welcome. Good morning, sir.
You know, there's this Harry Chess novel says, "Why pick on me?" So they're going to pick on the states.
Yes, you've talked about the states a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
Yep.
You know, because the corporate governance structure of Nigeria is basically the federal government, the states, and then the local government.
Yes.
The national and the subnationals and the state and local government level. And it's also structured in such a way that the revenue allocation formula of the country, you know, most people don't know it, is also a lot skewed in towards the states and local government.
Yeah.
For example, the federal government, as it is today, is 52.68. The states, 26, please pardon me, I have to read from this thing. 26.72 for states, and local governments, 20.60. and of course 13% for derivation revenue for the states.
Yeah.
Now, so combined with the states and local government, you have about almost 47%. This is what goes to the states every month.
Yeah.
Now, remember the states are also, standalone units, they're supposed to be, and they're supposed to push for IGRs, internally generated revenue.
Yeah.
But that report you cited now talked about the fact that only about 2 or 3 states actually could match their IGR with the FAC allocation. Some states are actually not, if you pull away the FAC allocation, they will die.
Yeah, no revenue.
No revenue. Some states, a lot of the states have less than 10% of their revenue, IGR. Their FAC allocation is almost 90% of the revenue in the states.
Yeah.
And then so you find that a lot of these states cannot stand alone without the FAC allocations.
Yeah.
But that's not how those who created our nation, planned it.
Yeah.
They planned in such a way that the federal government, will be a development center, the state development center, and the local government of the development center. Especially as we copy this democracy from, United States of America and so on and so forth. Yeah. That's why also you have things like they talk about the exclusive list and the concurrent list. Yeah. The exclusive list being that federal government alone, and the concurrent list where the state can play in. So you find, what have we seen so far? The states have been a lot of disappointment. Yeah. Apart from maybe 1 or 2 states, most of the states have been consumption centers. Monthly, the commissioners of finance go to Abuja and get a FAC allocation. And then, the jamboree starts. Yeah. So that some state governors, remember one state governor we saw the other day, and in his convoy there were about almost 20 Prado Jeeps. Right. Not even innocent vehicles, right. 20 Prado Jeeps. Imported. Yeah. Yet, the reports we have is that a lot of these states are owing salaries. Yeah. Several months' salaries. Owing pensioners. Most of them have not created, as the report also said, most of them have not been investment centers. Yeah. The objective is that these states should go back to their localities and create employment, make investment, or the enable environment for people to come in there and invest in their states. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. We're not seeing anything like that. So you see a high level of profligacy. A lot of state governors who have seen are residents in Abuja. They leave their states. Yeah. I used to see that some state governors, when they go back to their states, after 30 days or whatever of residing in Abuja, they actually receive them as visiting governors in their own states because of the way they have lived their lives. Now, you have seen some of them who managed to do some consulting projects. Yeah. What have they done on? Using TED-rate contractors to do road projects. I told you one time that when I was, maybe my first degree is civil engineering. During my internship, one of the work we did was post-construction monitoring. So in the office there, in the engineering office there in the Ministry of Works, we had the fantastic drawings, right road drawings, the right camber, the soft base very thick, the bitumen right mix, the compaction right ratio, the drainage is well done. Yeah. Those are drawings. Our work is supposed to go to those sites and check as built.
That it matches what is on the drawings.
Yeah. And you need to see the drama that happens. And when we go there, we'll drive past the road and we'll come back. We'll drive again and come back, looking for the road that is on the listen.
It didn't match.
In the match. We look.
And money has been budgeted and
they just
paid
for those. One rainfall, everything goes. Take the contractors. Yeah. Of course, we know 1 or 2 contractors have done something like that. Yeah. Some of them have gone to Grandiose Airport because a governor has the airport nearby his state. So when he lands in that state, he has to do about 1 or 2 hours road journey. The next thing, he must build an airport in his state. An airport that can take Airbus 380 or Boeing 747. Meanwhile, there's only one flight that lands in the States every day. Of course, there are municipal airports that can help. Yes. Very, very low budget airports if you want to build them. But you see, the states have actually been failures. Yeah. In this our democracy. Employment creation has been very low, very low. And democracy, our states are democracy. Do you know that some houses of assembly, they wanted to vote for them to be independent? They actually voted against themselves being independent from the state. just imagine the kind of democracy.
Yeah.
The local governments will know what happens to some of them. Once the allocations come, they go to the local government, we know the sharing list that happens. That's why a lot of local governments, when you go there, even potholes are not filled.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're supposed to go there, have the medical centers, so that infant mortality will reduce, pregnancy deaths will reduce. The farmers are supported, and so on and so forth. But those things don't happen.
Yeah.
Local governments are, what they have is lackeys. The election into local governments is a state election commission is just made charade.
Yeah.
Every political party that is in this state will win all the posts.
Yeah.
So I think I'm raising these issues because we are going to the governorship election.
Yeah, indeed.
Indeed, in the next Saturday. And as I said very many times in this program, I said that I'm not worried that one day our votes will count. And once our votes start counting,
accountability.
A lot of charlatans who have become governors or other things in these states will start being more accountable. And then when the allocations come, they'll actually go back to go and work. They will drive internally generated revenue. Make sure that states are attractive for investors to come in. Not the ones some of them are doing now. They just go and shut down banks, shut down telecom companies, not caring about what will happen in their drive towards that. Multiple taxes for corporations in the drive for that. But we hope that the citizens made the right choice this coming Saturday because the votes will count.
Indeed.
And as the votes count, we'll have the right people in the governance in the states and local government level.
Amen to that. Arise business analyst Chika, thank you so much for the breakdown. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. We talk corporate deals in Nigeria in 2022. A new report from Nairametrics. Do stay tuned.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business, we vote. Vote is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Vote is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business, we vote.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Here's a card when no go give you stress at all. Zero waiting, zero queue. First Bank is Here's a card when no go give you wahala. Zero trouble now for you. First Bank is tell off it's tell off it's spoiler. Who won't break them? Where you want say now only you get them. Nothing fit do sharp payment not the way. Swipe they go, you know the way. Veteran card with the sweet body. Veteran card with no the shape person. We put you first again. First banking veteran card, we put you first again. Generate your virtual card, we put you first again. First banking virtual card, we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card.
The 2023 general election is the second general election since the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act.
About 28.6%, which is over 4,000 young candidates between 25 to 35 years of age, are contesting for various elective offices across Nigeria. These young men and women with competence, capacity, and character need your support to win.
The 2023 election is an election of rebuilding this great nation and restoring hope through our vote. Imagine a government with 30% young elected leaders with competence, capacity, and character.
It begins with one vote, your vote. These young candidates are deciding Nigeria's future today.
Our future
depends on your vote.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here on Arise News. Let's talk about corporate deals. For Nigeria and pretty much every nation around the world, the availability of capital through deal making helps to attract foreign investors, lenders, and fund providers, which has a positive effect on the respective economies. A deal book is a report by Nairametrics, a leading financial information and intelligence portal in Nigeria that provides an overview of corporate deals officially announced in Nigeria in 2022 from publicly available data. Owade Ahime, who's a member of the Nairametrics editorial board and an author, he's been on the show before, he joins us again. I should be saying Happy New Year. Thanks.
Same to you.
Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here again.
Good to have you. Good to have you. So much to discuss on this report. So I think starting with, $5.7 billion worth of deals closed. How important is, I guess, corporate deals to the lifeblood of the economy? If you look at what this, if you can talk about what this report has captured.
Okay, so basically, what you see is that corporate deals are so important to the to the economy of Nigeria as a whole.
Yeah.
This report just brings about to you how many deals came in, how much money inflowed into Nigeria.
Oh, we need the money.
And we need the money, like you continue to say, and I agree with you. So it shows 320 deals, $5.7 billion, about 2.41 trillion, and which just goes to show you that Nigeria is still a good haven for investors. 280 deals were in respect of expansions. But what really catches me is that people still believe in things like commercial paper. Some, about 9 deals were with respect to equity, though the stock market hasn't really been
as buoyant as we would like.
But it just goes to tell you that people still believe that they can put some money into equity, restructure their businesses, and improve on how businesses will be. And that, for me, is something that we all have to look at. This deals book is something that everybody should go on, and it's free. Just go onto the Nairametrics website
and check it out
and subscribe to it. But it just goes to show you how important it is for monies to inflow and the amount of monies that we know Nigeria can attract once we just get the right...
certain things need to be in place.
The right things in place.
Well, what do you make of the growth, I guess, in volume? I think 80% climb. You mentioned it, 300, I think it was 177 deals or so. So 80%...
In 2021.
Yeah, but the value dropped by about 35%. How does one interpret that divergence?
Okay, so there are two things you can look at. So the growth is in terms of the fact that there are more places that you can put your money. In terms of the value, generally across the world last year, we know that there was a drop a slight drop in terms of venture capitalists and those looking for where to put the right amount of money. And then when you look at Nigeria, because also you're transitioning, everybody has to be very careful in terms of, let's see what the new administration is. How is a pre-election year going to go? So you're waiting, sitting down there, observing and seeing how it goes so that you can plan for 2023, which I think, in my opinion, second half of 2023 will be humongous. With investors looking at opportunities. And let me just reel out something quick. About 75% of the deals were for startups.
Actually, yes. In fact, I did want... Yeah, thank you. Let's hop into the startups. Exactly.
75% for startups.
Yeah.
$1.08 billion. $295 million of that goes into sectors that we really haven't been thinking about. HR, edutech, transport and logistics, health tech, agric. In fact, agric had over $140 million in investments. And it's all technology. And entertainment, large chunk of entertainment, over $50 million in entertainment. Now, these are the things that are going to help drive a number of indices out of where we are today. New areas driven by technology. So let me give you a quick example as in health. When you can link the NHS system, you can link it to the NIN and link it to a number of things. So it just goes to show you the huge opportunities that we have from tech. And the number of people in Nigeria, 200 million people, 200 million Nigerians who actually have an NIN. So you can imagine the database that which you can play with in terms of whether it's HR, Japa. Everybody has been shouting about Japa, but you have the opportunity to develop new people in these areas, in whether it's new talents are forever coming aboard. So investments in areas like HR, like edutech, where education now, how many million Nigerians are out of school?
20, according to the UNICEF.
And so you can imagine where you have just investments in this kind of areas, education technology, where I don't need to have a tablet, but we could create places where those out of school could be at every particular point in time to get an education without physically having those tutors with them.
Great stuff. And startups, again, that 75% figure is connected to all this. So, and that brings us back to the topic of this enabling business environment to allow these startups to thrive. Because this what Nairametrics has captured here is the deals coming in for the startups. So that's you attracted the money.
Yes.
But that money has to come into the startups. They take the money, and then they now have to grow. They now have to maneuver the environment. So how important is the environment?
So the good thing is that there's a Startup Act.
Well, it hasn't been. It's not been implemented. But
it's been signed.
Fair
so
enough.
It's become a law.
Right.
Now, the players, and the good thing for me about that was that everybody sat down in one room, back and forth, and agreed to how they think the enabling environment should work.
Yeah.
Whoever government is in or administration is in power from May 29 should first and foremost look at that. And like I gave you a few examples of areas that I do think, and in Nairametrics, I remember the last time I think myself and Ugo had that discussion. These were critical areas that we should see investment in from startups. Transport is one.
Transport is huge.
It's huge and humongous.
We had an entire segment on Lagos transport yesterday.
You're just talking about Lagos. Yeah. I'm talking about the whole country.
The whole country, right.
So if you can set up the network, and invest in the network of how you can hook up the whole country, and I can go from Lagos to Abuja and still use the same means to pay for a bus, then you can imagine the kind of things the financial institutions will be playing with.
What can I ask you something? We keep talking about the potential. When is all this going to be realized?
Well, so I think we haven't. I think last time we had a discussion sometimes it was the end of last year when we met somewhere along our road.
Right.
We're talking about the pre-election.
We're talking for almost an hour on the side of the street.
On the side of the street. And one of the things I told you then, irrespective of who wins the 2023 election, I see those who are contesting in an election that believe that, one, Nigeria needs to move forward. Tech is very important. Investment in that area is really important, whether it's for security or it's financial or it's healthcare or it's education. And this I see. And that's why I tell you, I see second half of Nigeria as
a boom.
I do.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you make of the lamentations that we've got billionaires in this country? Because a lot of what's captured in this Nairametrics deal book is, foreign funds coming in, which is great, right? The billionaires here supporting more startups.
Well, maybe. So I really don't know about how much data we have along that side.
Yeah.
But like I also say, and I continue to, aside from those bringing in money from outside, and I continue to maintain, and this is something we've maintained for a long time, collaborations become a major part of business. So billionaires funding startups or looking for opportunities with startups, you start looking at how do you collaborate with startups to build the system that you currently have, to improve on them and create that enabling environment for those within the middle and bottom strata of the economy to latch on to the opportunities. Remember, today's child is tomorrow's customer.
Indeed. Deal frequency, the seed series funding, I saw that there was a healthy number there. How important is, when we look at access to capital, so there it is, most popular seed series funding, 120 deals, over $1 billion, value 53 billion naira. So as far as access to capital and a diverse source of access to capital, that's important for startups here.
So the first thing is, the seed and the series becomes the quickest way to get the money. And in building the system to start to make you grow. And as you go on, you find out that, like I said, the capital market is really not working the way it should. And what you see with a number of startups is, in a space of 2 to 3 years, they start looking at how they go into the markets and shoot out. But also, the other thing for me is, how do you collaborate? And when you talk about the billionaires in these countries, these are the kind of things that you look at. How do you invest in a startup that collaborates with you, helps you grow your business, and create the opportunity for that startup to go into the market and raise additional funds, whether it's debt, whether it's equity, and then continue on that path like we said, transportation, huge, massive area that we've not even scratched the surface. I'm not talking about scratching the surface. We've not even seen anything, and we're talking about scratching the surface. So these are opportunities that we have. Yeah. But seed funding, series funding, and series because of the fact that I start from the seed, I move on, and on over a period of time to see how much it can grow. And once you upscale to that point, then I'm sure we'll be able to get additional investments in.
You mentioned debt and equity. On the debt side, what do we do about the exorbitantly high levels of interest rates that businesses who have to go and get loans and so on are being strangled by that? Is that a policy thing to where you have to try and bring that down going forward?
Yeah, so it has to be a policy thing. First and foremost, inflation is killing everybody. And that's why you see over the last 6 months, the rate at which the MPR has gone up is more zero, just to try and match the inflation rates, which will never happen. However, debt becomes important where you're able to lock down early on rates that could help you in the long run. So you find out that you have mostly fixed debt investments, and they believe in the fact that you can grow that business and what's it called. And the beauty about debt is, if I put in debt, I can actually change it to equity. Yeah. So that also gives you some leeway to manage that position.
What about the legal system and the importance of being able to follow
that's a great question. This 5.7 billion is not just monies that go into the businesses themselves. They're consultants, finance, legal. Yeah. And for me, I think it just continues to build the capacity of Nigerian system in terms of whether it's finance and accounting, whether it's business and governance structure, legal. You need to start to understand better the businesses, where they play, how they play, what kind of agreements you need to put in place. So huge opportunities I see in Nigeria. Yeah. Deal book, go on to the Nairametrics website, download it. And check it out. And understand better how deals and those who participated and those who participate, just in case you want to get money.
Final question for you, less than a minute to go. So we've seen the growth in terms of volume 2022, 2021. When Nairametrics does this again for 2023 versus 2022, will the election have slowed things down, or based on the boom you're seeing in the second half, that'll take the numbers up?
I guess, so first quarter, part of second quarter, it might not necessarily, but it might just even out a bit. Yeah. But I see the investments coming in the third quarter, fourth quarter, and towards looking at the potentials of second half of 2023 into 2024, when the administration, whoever then becomes the president of Nigeria, in terms of the administration of Nigeria, drives his agenda and manifesto based on all the things that have been promised.
The first thing is subsidies. If their subsidies will be removed by June,
I'm an advocate of removing subsidies.
So we'll see how things go.
That bullet.
Fascinating year ahead. Owade, member of the Nairametrics editorial board. Thank you for taking us through this great data set of deals for corporate Nigeria.
And thank you for always having me.
Fantastic stuff. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
The
lighthouse for this bold vision was built by his illustrious predecessors, a vision to make Lagos a 21st century model megacity. Since assumption of office in 2019, he has steadfastly followed this path of progressive governance. He and his team have never rested. Every waking moment, they roll up their sleeves to make the vision even sharper, clearer, and greater, with laser-like focus to build a city where dreams come true. They have embarked on building critical infrastructure projects costing billions of naira and make life better for our people. Now, to continue with this audacious class of governance, let us re-elect Babajide Olushola Sowolu and Kadri Obafemi Amzat as Governor and Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Let's keep our greater Lagos rising. ABC Progress.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here in Arise News. The United Nations says an appeal for $1 billion to assist earthquake survivors in Turkey is only 10% funded, hampering its and other organizations' ability to meet the needs of survivors.
Given the number of people that have been that have relocated, given the number of people that have been injured, and given the level of the devastation, we do have extensive humanitarian needs now, and I think they will continue to remain with us in the weeks to come. We have some provinces where up to 25% of the population, we're talking sometimes 500,000 people, have relocated. So the challenge we have is how do we provide food, shelter, water for these communities? But the reality is that if we do not move beyond the roughly 10% that we have, the UN and its partners will not be able to meet the humanitarian need. This is an issue of humanity and protecting the lives of people that through no fault on their own have been placed in harm's way as a result of the earthquake.
All right, from the United Nations to the World Bank is pausing future work with Tunisia after anti-immigrant statements made by the country's president. Last month, Kais Saied announced a crackdown on migration, alleging that there were plans to change the country's demography through irregular migration. Those comments triggered racist harassment and violence against African migrants who have now fled the country. In an internal note, World Bank President David Malpass told staff that the situation is deeply concerning, but he sees moves announced by Tunisian government to protect and support migrants and refugees as a positive step. All right, we are live in Abuja, and there it is right there on the screen, the presentation of certificates of return to all elected members of National Assembly. This is, of course, on the election of February 25th. Let's take a listen.
So we start with and also I will also invite the director of training and the director of admin to please step forward to assist our election commission.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I'm not there.
Director of training, please step forward.
Actually, this hospital is okay. That's right. Don't you can't make it like this. My camera is there. Where's Friday? Show me my camera.
elect for Kogi Central, Orere Sadiku Abubakar.
The next state is Kwara State.
Let them finish. Just let them finish.
Senators select from Kwara should get ready now.
Kwara North, Umar Sadiq Suleiman. Umar Sadiq Suleiman. Kwara North. Kwara Central, Mustafa Saliu. Kwara Central, Mustafa Saliu. Kwara South, Ashiru Oyelola Isa.
The next state is Nasarawa. Senators select from Nasarawa. Please get ready.
No, you have not called Niger. Call the National Commission.
It's my pleasure to invite National Commissioner, Madam Mohamed Haruna, to please step forward to present certificates of return. The states involved are Nasarawa, Plateau, and FCT. Also, the Director of Elections and Party Monitoring should please step forward to assist the Honorable National Commissioner.
We're still going to bring this money here for Niger. Niger is still outstanding. Just calm down. Niger is still outstanding. Commissioner, who is supporting EPM? Yes, that's what we're doing. We made that one. So, Director EPM, Director SCT.
The Director ICT, Paul Omokore, should also step forward to assist Honorable National Commissioner.
All the senator elect for Kaduna. Kaduna North, Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa. Kaduna North, Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa. Oh, sorry. Where are we calling this? Come on. Nasarawa. You said Kaduna, it's Nasarawa. Sorry, it's Nasarawa.
Sorry for the mix-up.
Nasarawa North, Akwashiki Godia. Akwashiki Godia. Nasarawa West. Nasarawa West, Aliyu Wadada Ahmed. Nasarawa South, Onawo Mohammed Ogoshi.
The next state is Plateau. The states
Plateau South, Napoleon Binkap Bali. Plateau South, Napoleon Binkap Bali. Plateau South, Napoleon Binkap Bali. Plateau North, Nwankwo Simon Davo. Plateau North, Nwankwo Simon Davo. Let them finish. Next one will be FCT.
The senator elect from FCT, please step forward now.
Kingibe Ireti Iba.
The next state after FCT is Kaduna.
Kaduna North. Kaduna North, Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa. Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa. Kaduna Central, Lawal Adamu Usman. Kaduna Central, Lawal Adamu Usman. Kaduna South, Katung Sunday Marshall. Katung Sunday Marshall. Kaduna North, Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa. Kaduna Central, Lawal Adamu Usman. Kaduna South, Katung Sunday Marshall.
At this point, we once more invite Honorable National Commissioner Professor Sani Adam to please present certificate of return to the senators-elect from Niger State. Honorable National Commissioner, sir. To be supported by the Director of Training too and Director Admin.
Niger East, Musa Mohammed Sani. Niger East, Musa Mohammed Sani. Niger North, Sani Bello Abubakar. Niger South, Gia Peter Undalikale. Niger South, Gia Peter Undalikale.
Thank you, Honorable National Commissioner. We will now go to the Northwest. To the Northeast. It's my pleasure to invite Honorable National Commissioner, Dr. Bababila, to please rise to present certificates of return to senators elect from Adamawa, Gombe, and Taraba. So we'll start with Adamawa. And I will also invite the Director of Human Resources Management and the Director of Gender and Inclusivity to please come up and assist Honorable National Commissioner.
Make sure they are ready. Adamawa North. Ishaku Elisha Cliff. Adamawa North. Ishaku Elisha Cliff. Adamawa South. Yaro Binos Dauda. Adamawa South. Yaro Binos Dauda. Adamawa Central. Aminu Iya Abbas. Adamawa Central. Aminu Iya Abbas.
The next state is Gombe. Senators elect from Gombe, please.
Gombe Central. Mohammed Danjuma Goje. Mohammed Danjuma Goje. Gombe South. Yaro Anthony Siako. Gombe North. Dankwambo Ibrahim Hassan. Gombe North. Dankwambo Ibrahim Hassan.
Well done. Congratulations. Well done.
The next state is Taraba. Senators elect from Taraba, please get ready.
All right, you're currently watching the presentation of the certificates of return to senators-elect members of Nigeria's 2023 victors of the senatorial elections. Of course, we know that 423 legislative seats have been declared, and INEC has indicated that of those, 46 other constituencies would hold supplementary elections. However, today we're looking at senators-elect, and these legislators include 98 out of 109 of the Senate, and we know that the APC leads them with the majority, closely followed by the PDP and then the Labour Party. So that's what we're looking at today. Brand new senators, some returning senators, receiving their certificates of return.
Loud. Taraba North, Isa Ashiru, Loud. Taraba South, David Jimputa. Taraba Central, Manu Aruna. Taraba North, Isa Ashiru, Loud.
In the absence of senators elect from Taraba, Honorable National Commission, we may kindly return to your seat. Still in Northeast, it's my pleasure to invite the Secretary to the Commission, Mrs. Rose Anthony, to present certificates of return to senators from Bauchi, Borno, and Yobe. She will be assisted by the Director General of the TEI. She will be assisted by the Director General of the Electoral Institute of INEC. The first state is Bauchi.
Bauchi South, Umar Shehu Buba. Bauchi South, Umar Shehu Buba. Bauchi Central, Ahmed Abdul Ningi. Bauchi Central, Ahmed Abdul Ningi. Bauchi North, Samaila Dahuwa Kala. Samaila Dahuwa Kala, Bauchi North.
The next state is Borno. Please, senators elect from Borno, get ready.
Borno North, Mohammed Tahir Mongonu. Borno North, Mohammed Tahir Mongonu. Borno Central, Kaka Shehu Lawan. Borno Central, Kaka Shehu Lawan. Borno South, Muhammad Ali Ndume. Muhammad Ali Ndume.
next state is Yobe.
Yobe East, Al-Haji Ibrahim Gaidam. Yobe East, Al-Haji Ibrahim Gaidam. Yobe North, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan. Yobe North, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan.
We now go to the Northwest Geopolitical Zone. It's my pleasure to invite Honorable National Commissioner, Professor Abdullahi Aguzumi, to step forward, please. The Director of Water Registry.
We're still live from Abuja, where INEC is presenting certificates of return to the 10th National Assembly. The senators-elect are being called out based on their geopolitical zones to come and receive their certificates. We've just witnessed Borno, the senators-elect from Borno, receive their own certificates. That's Mohammed Tahir Monguno of Borno North, Kakasheu Lawan of Borno Central, and Mohammed Ali Ndume of Borno South, all of the APC. Of course, we know that the APC maintains a majority in the Senate, followed by the PDP and the Labour Party. That is coming to you live from Abuja at the National Collation Centre. INEC presentation of certificates of return to senators-elect. All right, on that note, we're going to take a very quick breather, but we'll be back shortly, so don't you move.
The lighthouse for this bold vision was built by its illustrious predecessors, a vision to make Lagos a 21st century model megacity. Since assumption of office in 2019, he has steadfastly followed this path of progressive governance. He and his team have never rested. Every waking moment, they roll up their sleeves to make the vision even sharper, clearer, and greater, with laser-like focus to build a city where dreams come true. They have embarked on building critical infrastructure projects costing billions of naira and make life better for our people. Now, to continue with this audacious class of governance, let us re-elect Babajide Olushola Sowolu and Kadri Obafemi Amzad as Governor and Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Let's keep our greater Lagos rising. ABC Progress.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries, who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elmelu Foundation. The Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
I was the head boy in my primary school, senior prefect and best graduating student in my secondary school, but drug abuse almost ruined my life.
I was on an average of 2 grams of cocaine per day.
I was taking 8 ampoules of pentazosine daily.
European shisha, cocaine.
I became a user, a dealer, and a gangster. I saw other users drowning. I knew I didn't want to be like them, but I was already trapped. My family disowned me.
My employment was terminated.
I sold my car, sold my house. I'll go out well-dressed and return shoeless, shirtless in exchange for drugs.
I was seeing things that were not real, and I once stabbed myself because I felt something crawling under my skin.
I contacted NDLEA and started therapy.
I spent 3 months in therapy.
I spent 8 months.
It's easy to relapse, but your mind has to be stronger than the cravings.
Drugs does not love you. You are not the one using drugs. Drugs are the one using you. Say no to drug abuse.
You're still watching Newsday here on Rise News. I'm Cynthia Are. Now, less than 5 days to the governorship and state assembly elections in Nigeria, controversy continues to trail the irregularities experienced with the use of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, in the February 25th presidential and parliamentary elections. While the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it experienced difficulty, some ICT experts have insisted that the machines worked very well and fulfilled the purpose of introducing them. According to them, the BVAS device is a shift from card reader device that was used in previous elections, and the purpose of BVAS is to identify multiple registrations and sieve them to single registration, while ensuring that one man, one woman is accredited and eligible to vote. Joining us now to discuss this going into the second phase of the elections is Arise analyst, Mr. Dayo Shoboale. Good afternoon, Mr. Shoboale. Thank you so much for joining us on Newsday. Now, of course, BVAS, we've seen from the headlines today. I'll just even grab a paper right now. It literally says that I'm sorry, that's actually the wrong paper. This is going, it's a comedy.
There's a lot
happening.
When it's started with BVAS.
So let's just, thank you. So it's saying that BVAS was willfully manipulated, according to reports by the PDP. That's one of the things that was mentioned, while they were protesting, and it looks like it will also be included as potential evidence in court. See, based on this and also what we saw play out in the just concluded elections, I'm just wondering what your confidence might be when it comes to using this on March 11th.
Well, my confidence is immaterial because we are going to use it anyway. The INEC chairman has said that is what we are going to use, that they will reconfigure. In fact, there is a case in court, asking them not to use it, and they have responded that they will refigure it, or else they will have to postpone the election. But I think the controversy over the February 25th use of beavers is that it did not function as it was expected to function. The main problem was with the transmission. It was all agreed that we are not using the smart card system that we used in the last election. But if you looked at the spectacle of the entire electoral process, you will see that we repeated the same process of announcement and verification of results like we did the other time. I think with beavers, which is high-level technology, which is supposed to be faster and on time, you get me? We should not have repeated that process. That was like, putting a human system into play, like mechanization, not automation. What beavers promised and what the portal holds for all of us, and given our expectation, was that once the results have been collected at the voting unit, they will be transmitted electronically to a portal where everybody will see. But this thing took 2 to 3 days. You get me? So there was a hitch. But then INEC is the final authority on who gets what and how in this election. They must have some confidence in it for them to say that they will tweak it or tweak it one way or the other in the name of reconfiguration and get it ready in time. But they say once beaten, twice shy. In December, in February, this same INEC chairman gave assurances to the whole world that this will be itch-free. It has not been itch-free. But in his own reckoning, it has done, maybe it has not done 100% well, but maybe he's scoring it 80%, worthy of repetition. And since he's the one in charge, we play ball with him. Or what do you think?
Well, I'd like to get deeper into that. Let's look at this in the context of a film, of a movie, right? Beavers, it is a movie, right? Yeah. Beavers was supposed to be the hero of the story, but has now transformed into the villain of the story in several ways. Now, by re-endorsing this villain, after publicly acknowledging that we know this is not a hero, could possibly be a hero, but has things we need to work on, should we still base this election that's just a couple of days away on something that we know is faulty, on something that we know is not guaranteed to work on the day? Or should we just put BVAS in the background for the upcoming governorship and State House of Assembly elections and focus on the manual collation that we seem to know how to do so well?
Well, it's too late for that. I think speed is the main shortcoming of BVAS in the execution of what it is supposed to do. But then, it's a technology that has to be used and which has been inculcated even in our electoral act. So it is like we can't abandon ship mystery. You get me? I think that is why I, in a way, pity the INEC chairman is that they are trying to flog a tired horse.
I know you wanted to use another word.
To death. But then, you say, no system is perfect. No system is foolproof. You have human beings. Get me? There could be human errors in the application of the functionalities of BVAS and the results portal. But what, see, like you said, a movie, what the expectations Nigerians had was that, like in a movie, you finish the election, you see the results all over. But then, it seems that is utopia now.
Or Kenya, where they did it successfully.
It's utopia. So we have to live the reality of the inadequacies, get me, of these BVAS. It will not be the fault of the technology. It will not be the human element. Maybe people are not well trained to manage it. maybe people, because some people said it was put down. You get me? If it was put down, it would not function. You get me? People will have whatever reason for putting it down. It could be technical, it could be mischievous, it could be outright, trying to swindle the election one way or the other. But the fact remains that the best judge of how this technology works, for now, is the man in charge. And he feels confident that we can go on with it. I want to support that so that we just don't derail the entire political system.
Thank you, Mr. Shobowale. But what's being alleged here is, he calls it glitches, and what's being alleged is intentional sabotage. And based on reports that it looks like sabotage from what the PDP is saying. Like they willingly ensured that things didn't go well with BVAS. That's what is being alleged. If there's any truth to this, or it's found that there's any truth to these allegations that are being made, and when you pair that with the fact that INEC has also gone ahead to approach the Court of Appeal for an order varying the permission of PDP and Labour Party, that what was granted to them to actually inspect the materials used during the poll, saying they need to, they need to reconfigure this for March 11th. It doesn't look, it doesn't look good.
But why are you quoting the case of the PDP?
Why am I quoting the case of the? I'm quoting.
There are many parties that contested.
I'm also quoting what's. I'm quoting PDP and INEC. PDP is alleging that this was more or less sabotage. INEC is going to the Court of Appeal to ask for an order to basically retract the access that PDP and Labour Party were granted to go through those results, saying they need to reconfigure the BVAS ahead of March 11th. And IT experts are saying that this gesture on the part of INEC is so that they could potentially cover up whatever evidence could be gathered, and they would not need to reconfigure anything ahead of March 11th.
From the little I know about technology, that is not
But the
correct.
IT experts are saying that this might be, they of course chose to remain unnamed and anonymous. They're saying that this might be a gesture INEC is seeking to take to cover up potential lapses.
Look,
so even if, sir, Mr. Shawali, even if you're placing want to go by the confidence of the INEC chairman, he does not seem to have that confidence of the electorate and some observers from the accounts we're seeing. So how do we say BVAS is going to be the way to go when it doesn't, when we're looking at the INEC chairman
INEC has said
as someone
that it is serving Nigerians.
That's what they
listen
say.
To Okoye, of course. You listen,
is it what's
Why
being
must you
displayed?
present the case of the PDP alone?
I didn't just present the case of the PDP alone.
No, it's not fair. The APC will have a reaction to that. Labour will have a reaction to that. Why do you make the PDP case a case study?
Mr. Shobowale, I'd like to take this back to a movie scene. For example, let's say the studio were a crime scene and the crime scene had been taped off.
Yes.
And given that the crime scene had been taped off, various people who have theories about what could have transpired with a potential alleged crime in the studio decided to send private investigators into the studio to find out. And then we, the owners of the studios, now said, wait, before you go in and do your investigation, we need to quickly go and attend to a few housekeeping issues in our studio. That sounds like tampering with evidence. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't get your analogy.
Mr. Shobowale, I know you do.
A crime scene is different from an election. And a crime scene maybe of murder or invariably they tape off. Maybe there is murder. Nobody has died in this. You get me? There are allegations, flying up and down, mostly from those who lost the election. Can't you see that? The APC is trying to endorse while accepting that there are errors, there are discrepancies. No, the APC is claiming that it won the election legitimately. And the president-elect has been given the certificate of merit, as it were. So you cannot, you look at these things in the appropriate context. The appropriate context. An election is not a tea party. It is a serious business. Because you are talking of transfer of power. Some will lose, some will gain. Like you see some people being sworn in. See them beaming with joy. It's their turn to enjoy themselves. While some people are sulking, because they lost. That is the game. More so in a presidential system, you have checks and balances. That is a winner takes all. Winner takes all. Look at the face of Abubakar Atiku. You will see that he looked very sad because he's been in and out of power and has lost several times. But he wants to make it clear that this time he will go to court, he will protest. This is right, like I said the other time. So why don't we give the electoral process a chance? And some people have spoken of lack of integrity in that the INEC chairman wants to go ahead to reconfigure and is appealing to the court. But then this is a technological thing. The results are there in the portal. They can download the results for the court and proceed to reconfigure, because there are about almost 200,000 or almost 180,000 BVAs, and they say each one has to be reconfigured. Unless you want to truncate the election, you don't want the next election to take place, then something INEC must be allowed to do its duty. It's not as if the heavens is falling because PDP went to court.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Dayo Shibowale, Arise News analyst. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
You're watching Newsday. When we return, we'll have Arise News analysts Emmanuel Ifini and Mr. Dayo Shibowale join us to review top stories in today's newspapers. Please stay with us.
Words of Lagos is rising, rising, rising.
Every wakefulness, the spirit of Lagos comes alive. The never say die spirit of its people. The audacious spirit, even in the face of difficulty, that never surrenders. That is why, just as the proverbial phoenix, we're emerging stronger together from the pains of our past and better from the ashes of our destiny. We're building a greater Lagos on the firm foundation laid by our predecessors. We are Lagosians. We're resilient. Look at us. The spirit of enterprise lives here, all around us. That's why it's such a great privilege for me to have been elected out of millions to lead this great state. And so every day, I'm driven by that single conviction that all our people require is for governments to become a strong enabler of their noble dreams. See why we've become Africa's startup capital. The unicorns are here, and music rules the world. They travel across cultures and borders. Talents are made in Lagos. And so with our collective sweat, we're building new infrastructure for ourselves and generation coming behind us. And so here is the good news. A greater Lagos rising.
Re-elect Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu as governor and Obafemi Kadiri Hamzat as deputy governor, Lagos State.
Greater Lagos rising. APC progress.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
Now, joining us to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers from all around the world are Rise News analysts Emmanuel Afeni and, of course, Dayo Shobowale. Good day and welcome to the program today.
Good afternoon, Bimbai. Good afternoon, Cynthia. Good afternoon, Dayo. Yeah, it's been heating up right here.
It has been.
I hope I will not add to the temperature.
Please do. We like it hot.
Well, we start the review with this day, Nigeria's newspaper of record. The lead story, INEC's application to court to reconfigure beavers, raising integrity questions. Commission harps on need to reset devices before their deployment for governorship. State houses of assembly polls. Yes, this INEC's approach to the courts, of course, raising a number of questions. After PDP and the Labour Party, they've been granted order of court to have access to INEC materials used on election day, February 25. Why is INEC? They've given a reason that they want to have the opportunity to reconfigure the machines for the next election day. That's March 11, the governorship and states houses of assembly election. Now, what INEC needs to tell Nigerians who are already suspicious as a result of the commission, as a result of how the presidential election panned out, especially with the deployment of beavers, the transmission or transfer of results, whichever terminology you want to use. So INEC needs to be above board, because Nigerians are already taking the promises and the explanations with pinch of salt, as it were. So INEC need to answer. After you reconfigure, will it tamper with the data already stored in the system? Will it affect it or not? These are some of the questions. Then if INEC did not prepare for this, then it says something about their planning.
Yep.
Because after the Osun election, recall that immediately the APC approached INEC to collect materials for the purpose of pursuing its own election petition. And the decision of that case at the tribunal was based on the evidence. And APC was able to extract from the beavers and other election materials immediately. And INEC's position now, because INEC is challenging the ruling of the tribunal, is that, look, the initial data you pulled was not the complete information, because after that, delayed transmission entered the beavers machine. So you expect that INEC would have anticipated that ahead of the presidential election, that whoever did not win will want to challenge the result, and we need those materials. So if INEC did not prepare for that scenario, then it is a problem. But we'll move on to other stories. And of course, other newspapers, how they are reporting this story and the fallout of the presidential election. The Guardian newspaper article leads supporters to INEC threatens daily protests. INEC owes allegiance to Nigerians, not political party, says Okoye. Festus Okoye, who received the petition of the PDP on behalf of the INEC chairman. Now, the Daily Sun newspaper reporting the story, APC mocks PDP as Atiku Ayu lead protest to INEC. Main opposition party insists on cancellation of presidential poll. We have no allegiance to any party, INEC. I don't think anybody should mock Atiku, because I read one report where they were saying he should be retired to Dubai. No, you don't need to mock him. You don't spank a child and say the child should not cry. If you have won the election, others who did not win, according to the electoral umpire, have the right to protest as guaranteed by the Constitution if they will. They have a right to go to the tribunal and challenge the result, as Labour Party and the PDP are planning to do. So there's nothing to mock anybody about or be unnecessarily triumphant, because
that's politics.
Yes, you call it politics, but there should be decorum in politics also. And we expect that people should just talk less, because the process is not over.
And that's what I was wondering, Mr. Efeni. I was wondering if there was need for a response from the APC, since the what's being targeted, right?
This is a two